Hello. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Arey, how are you?
Fine, sir. Thank you. एक्चुअली अभी गांव में था ना, तो यहीं से फिर
क्या हो गया?
आई थॉट टू ज्वाइन। आप कैंपस वो मदर के डिवाइस पे था ना, तो
हाँ,
मेरा
अच्छा
था।
अच्छा।
हाँ,
ओके,
तो
बताया
सारे
था आपने।
रिचुअल्स वगैरह में। जी जी। और सर कैसे हैं आप?
और कैसे चल रहा है? बस बढ़िया चल रहा है।
Good morning, sir. Sir, we'll start meeting at 10:15, sir.
हाँ, इट्स ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम।
नो इशू। सर कैंपस में ही आप?
नहीं, मैं तो शेड्यूल में अभी निकलना है थोड़ा बाहर मुझे अभी थोड़ी देर के
जी
बाद।
जी। अच्छा।
Hello. Good morning, Manas. Hello.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Okay, thank you.
अरे मानस,
Yes, sir.
whether this is a national webinar, I think.
Yes, sir. National webinar, sir.
मानस ऑल सेट?
Yes, sir. Everything is set, sir. At 10:15, sir, we'll be starting, sir.
ऑल राइट। Manas, since I am in village, at my village, so if a network connection is poor, I will switch off my video. All right. So so
Yes,
that
sir.
audio could be very much clear. Yes.
Hello, Manas. Sabita Tripathi.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir,
Yes.
Principal sir, namaskar. I'm speaking from Sambalpur University, Department of English. Mohesh is there and Krishna is there. I know them all. So all the best, Manas.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Krishna sir. Hello, Professor Krishna.
Hey, good morning, madam.
Good morning. Actually, I just saw you and really it's a nice occasion that Manas has arranged for all of us. So, okay, be in touch. You know,
How
you
are
are
you,
not
ma'am?
in touch anymore with our department. So I wish that you should be in touch with us.
Obviously.
Okay. And Professor Mahapatra is retiring next month.
Okay.
Sorry, next year, 2021.
Right.
Okay.
How is the department?
Department is, we have three only. So Ajit is one among us.
Yeah.
Ajit is presenting his paper. The department is very weak now.
Okay. Despite your presence.
No, nobody. I am a heavyweight woman, don't worry. But you see, we are only three, and we want another five to
Okay.
join the department.
I'm setting something.
Oh, all the best.
It's okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Department of English, Pattamundai College, Pattamundai, I welcome all of you to this national webinar on sexual abuse and domestic violence against Indian women in literature and society. So our all resource persons, our honorable principal sir, and other participants have joined our webinar. So officially, we are going to start our webinar now. Before going to further program, I would like to introduce our guest, our resource person to this webinar. We have 4 eminent resource persons in this webinar. Sorry, there's some technical error, so I'm just taking 2 minutes. Once again, good morning to everyone. I am Dr. Manas Konnaik, host, coordinator, convener of this national webinar. So, at first, I would like to introduce our resource persons. It is a privilege for me to introduce eminent professors from various states and universities of India who accepted our invitation, gave their valuable time to us and our participants. It is an honor for me to introduce Dr. Krishna Singh, Professor and Head, Department of English and Foreign Languages, Indira Gandhi National Travel University, Amarkantak, MP. He was former Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Philology, and Faculty of Journalism, Media and Mass Communication, Indira Gandhi National Travel University, Amarkantak, MP. Apart from English, he is very proficient in French and had done his all degrees from Lockdown University. His area of specialization is criticism, drama, and Indian literature. He had done a UGC minor research project. To his credit, he had published 6 research books. Apart from this, his research papers have been published in many reputed national and international referred journals. At present, he is editing 2 international research journals. He had organized 1 national seminar and 1 international webinar. He is the chairman, Board of Studies, Pandit Sundar Lal Sharma, Open University, Chhattisgarh, Bilaspur. He had designed the curriculum and developed the course content of semester as well as CBCS for BA Honours, MA, Pre-PhD coursework, Diploma in English Proficiency and Soft Skills, and Functional English of IQAC Amarkantak, MP. And he had also designed the curriculum and developed the course content of MA and Pre-PhD coursework, English of Pandit Sundarlal Sharma Open University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Thank you, sir, for accepting our proposal and joining this webinar. Our next resource person is Dr. Mahesh Kumar De. I would like to introduce him. Dr. Mahesh Kumar De, Professor, Department of English, Bid Normal, South Gujarat University, Surat. He had published 18 research papers in reputed international journals and 2 research books. To his credit, he had guided 6 PhD and 5 MPhil scholars. He had received the SICI FRP Award 2017 from SICI Canada, India. He had visited the University of Manitoba, Canada, and worked on research project entitled Aboriginal History and Literature for 4 weeks. He had participated in many academic events in India and abroad and presented his research papers related to English studies. I'm very much delighted to inform all of you that Professor Mahesh Kumar De is alumni of Department of English, Pattamundai College, Pattamundai. I feel immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Bipin Kumar Singh, Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, Central University of South Bihar, Gaya. He is my PhD supervisor. Under his guidance, I have completed my doctorate degree from Indira Gandhi National Travel University, Amarkantak. He had more than 4 years of teaching experience. He had done a UGC major research project. He had delivered expert lectures as visiting professor at Royal University of Bhutan. To his credit, he had published 5 books at national and international levels and published 30 research papers. He is the chief editor of the Journal of Tribal, Folk, and Subaltern Studies, a blind referred research journal. May I introduce Dr. Priyanka Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Bhagwan Din Ade Kanya PG College, Lucknow University, UP. She had 11 years of teaching experience. She got Radhakrishna Postdoctoral Fellowship awarded by UGC. She has 3 books to her credit, published from England and Germany. She is the editor of the Journal of Tribal, Folk, and Subaltern Studies. She is researcher, creative writer, and has been writing for various newspapers as well. Her area of specialization is gender studies and tribal folk and indigenous literature. Ma'am, I welcome you to this webinar. So before proceeding further, I would like to request our respected principal sir, Professor Adhikari Lakshminarayan Das sir, chairperson of this webinar, I request him to welcome our resource person. Please, sir.
A very good morning to all of you, those who are joined with us for this today's seminar. It is no doubt a proud moment for the Pattamundai College that we have 4 eminent resource persons today who will deliver their presentation on sexual abuse and domestic violence against Indian women in literature and society. So, on behalf of the Pattamundai College, on behalf of my colleagues and staffs of this college, I welcome all the resource persons and convey my regards to all of them that they have accepted our invitation and joined in today's webinar. We have different category of students of our college and colleges of our district. Now I saw that the uh, faculty members of different colleges, different universities across the country are available with us. It is no doubt a very proud moment for us that they have joined uh, in today's webinar to listen the presentations of these eminent and dignified uh, professors of different universities. Really, I am very thankful to them that they uh, have their presence with us. It is no doubt a delightful one. Pattamundai College is now completed 50 years of age. So we have run already 50 years, and the college has now 4,000 students in plus 2 and plus 3. We have till not opened the PG courses till now, as the government of Odisha is not allowed us to open PG courses. We have 80 faculty are in different in 14 departments. We have very good and rich library, and I saw the students of English honors are very much potential and very much eager to uh, listen from these dignitaries and the research scholars and academicians of the English department by for their presence today. And no doubt, I congratulate the faculty members of the English department that they have selected a very good topic, which is not only a burning topic of now, it is a topic of the society since a long. The Indian women are facing sexual abuse very frequently, and any day you open the newspaper will found that there is a sexual abuse. So, what is the uh, way of solution? What is the way of eradication of these things in the civilized world that is to be discussed today? And I hope the resource person will definitely satisfy the need of our students and the participants, those who are joined with this webinar. And once again, I render my deep regards to Krishna Singh, Moeste, Dr. Vipin Kumar Singh, and Priyanka Singh accepted our invitation and joined with us in today's webinar. It is no doubt a delightful moment for us. Once again, I welcome all of you and hope this seminar will be successful one, as the objectives is to be discussed many things about the sexual abuse of the women. Once again, I tendered my heartfelt thanks to all the participants who joined with us in this very enchanting morning. I congratulate the Department of English that they got such eminent personalities and the academicians and researchers of the English literatures today. So I lastly want to say to all the participants, those who are joined with us, please mute your audio till the end of this webinar. Otherwise, the resource persons will be disturbed to deliver their topic. And at the end of their presentation, the participants can interact with them. That will be better. In between, you should not disturb them. So, uh, lastly, I tender my warm regards to all the persons, all the participants, and the eminent resource persons. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your welcome address. Thank you, sir, for encouraging us or inspiring us to organize this type of webinars in our college. Department of English is really honored having you as principal in this college. Before proceeding to our next program, I would like to inform all the participants and reservations that we have divided this webinar in 3 sessions. First is inaugural session, second is first technical session, which will be chaired by Professor Mahesh Kumar De sir, and there is another second technical session, which will be chaired by Dr. Umesh Patra, Assistant Professor, Central University of Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, Bihar. We have already mailed all the participants, or all the registered participants, our seminar souvenir and flyer. So without delaying any minutes, I would like to invite Professor Ismail Singh sir to deliver his talk. Sir, please, sir.
Good morning to all. Respected principal, and who is also chairing this national webinar, Professor Mahesh De, Professor Savita Tripathi, Dr. Bipin Kumar Singh, Dr. Priyanka Singh, and the delegates who are actively participating in this national webinar on the topic that is sexual abuse and domestic violence against Indian women in literature and society. First, I would like to thank Dr. Manas Nayak for inviting me as a resource person, and also the principal sir who has been instrumental in organizing this national webinar on a very important issue that has been a very important social as well as a literary issue. First, I would like to make some comments about the title, because as far as the title of this webinar is concerned, sexual abuse and domestic violence against Indian women in literature and society. I find there are three important connotations in this title exactly. That is sexual abuse and domestic violence against Indian women in literature. That means this is one very specific aspect, means in literature, how the issue of sexual abuse and domestic violence has been treated, whether there is any kind of bias in the treatment, in the representation of this kind of issue. And second is sexual abuse and domestic violence against Indian women in society. That is that is a very important sociological aspect that needs further investigation. But as far as my assumption is concerned, I find that the organizer in his mind has an idea, a postulate that sexual violence or the abuse and the domestic violence against the Indian women in literature and society, that I think is trying to convey that Indian society as well as Indian literature, whatever has been done against the Indian women, that is the sexual abuse as well as the domestic violence, how it has been represented in Indian literature. That has been the focal point, I think. Otherwise, three connotations are quite possible because two things are clubbed together, that is in literature as well as in society. Now, since long it has been an important issue, and literature, particularly not only Indian literature, prior to Indian literature, we have in the West, there are classical texts, as well as from 17th century onwards, we have important literary texts where this issue has been taken up very seriously. If we apply interpretive research method, that is the feminist perspective, then this issue can be better understood because we are the student of literature and we have certain important critical theories. And this issue can definitely be handled in a very dexterous manner with the help of feminist theory. Exactly, literature as well as the literary texts, they are the battleground where the actual power relations between man and the women, ideological conflicts, they have been played out very successfully. And if I say literature is an important tool to discuss, to disseminate some very important messages, some very important subjects to the audience. Marxist theory rightly says author is a producer, it produces an ideology, or better say, a very important dominant ideology, and it spreads the ideology, though very unconsciously. And the reader is a consumer who consumes, who assimilates the ideology and perpetuates that ideology. That is a master's ideology. Now, the question on this issue, that is sexual abuse and domestic violence, though this is very much in a very concerted way started in 1960 onwards. But prior to that, we have Wollstonecraft as well as John Stuart Mill, who dealt with the political issue, that was the women franchise right to vote for the women. And later on, this political movement, that was feminism, started and developed into socio-cultural and the literary domain also. In literature particularly, why this is an important issue for us, because literature being the reflection of the society, and the issues which are dominant in the society, they are reflected in literature also. But how literature deals with such type of issues is an important one, because literature has its own limitations and literature has its own power. How to deal with the subjects, sexual abuse as well as the domestic violence in literature, or better say representation through literature. What is happening in the society, particularly because the topic on Indian society, Indian society is not different from the rest of the societies of the world, where the patriarchy or an ideology which strongly pleads for the superiority of the man, and the women is very much socialized to internalize the superiority of the man. Such type of ideology, that is called a patriarchal ideology, dominates the Indian society. Obviously, this being one of the most important reason, one of the important tool, the ideology that prevails in all the domains of life, socio, cultural, religious, uh, as well as the political, in literature also, because they are all completely covered, camouflaged by such type of ideology where the dominance of the man, that's very much crucial point. And exactly this is the power relationship between man and the women. Who is in the power? That means the man, for example, since long, definitely the dominance, every man wants to continue the dominance through different ways. There may be coercive method, there may be persuasive method, there may be through religion, through cultural practices, through literary writings, and through marketing strategies and all. But subjugation, sexual abuse, and the domestic violence, that has been the focal point in all these ideologies, so that they can enjoy. There's a monopoly in the society, in all the domains of the society. Though this concept, the concerted concept, was Anglo-American in origin, later on moved to France, and there are two very important schools of the feminist thinking or the thought. The one is the Anglo-American, where thematization, motive, and characterization, these are the very important areas or the parameters, you can say, for the analysis of the literary text. In France, in that particular school, it is the psychology and the language. They are the very important parameters. In this way, we have thematization, we have motive, characterization, psychology, and the language. These are the five important parameters. Because when we come to take up a literary text, which exactly is a battleground, literary text is a medium where the power relations are played out. And literature also becomes an important tool in the hands of a writer who is a producer. According to Marxist theory, author is a producer who unconsciously produces certain ideologies and propagates, and the reader as a consumer assimilates the ideology. In this way, the master's ideology, or better say patriarchal ideology, that is particularly, which is very much relevant to this particular topic, has been assimilated. But what is the impact of this on Indian women? That is the subjugation, the secondary position, subordination that continues. This is exactly the process of perpetuating the subordination, exploitation, better say sexual abuse, or the domestic violence that continues through a very specific ideology, because this is either the physical or the ideological conflict. They are very important in continuation of such type of ideologies. And women cannot understand what is the meaning of this culture, religion, socio-cultural practices. She also cooperates in the subordination of the self. Exactly when this issue was taken up in literature, when the idea or the dialectic theory or some important socio-cultural issues were taken up, it was exactly in Norway, Henry Gibson, who has taken up the issue for the first time in literature. That was A Doll's House, where Nora, the central figure, the protagonist, has been presented. She is presented as a generic character who represents the exploitation of the women and the role, the status, the stature of the women, and how finally she rebels and leaves the house of the husband, leaves the children and slams the door and goes away. That was very revolutionary step in the movement. That was the feminist movement. And thereafter, GB saw, prior to that, Shakespeare, Richardson, in some instances, Chaucer has also done the same thing. In literature, when we come to India, we have the writers like Girish Karnad. I have taken up Girish Karnad's one text, that is Nagmandal. I will come to that point later on. This movement became very significant. And prior to this, in 1960 onwards, we have some very prominent feminist thinkers and writers. We have Virginia Woolf, whose very famous work, that's A Room of One's Own, that is Sexual Politics by Kate Millett, Simone de Beauvoir, The Second Sex, and they have been very seminal texts in this feminist thinking, feminist thought. Ellen Salt in the modern time, that I find is very, 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 very important text. the literature of their own, because it was for the first time that a separate theoretical framework, that means to deal with, to interpret a text written by a woman writer, that must, that must have a separate theoretical framework. That was the female poetics. Because not only in literature, because when this title suggests me that the sexual abuse, domestic violence in literature, that means even in literary writings by the male writers, they are very much biased. They are very much biased. How they have developed certain secret mechanism that is called by particular sexual politics to give subordinate position to the female writers. That's why Ellen Sowelter, when she talks about the separate theoretical framework or the gynocriticism, it is only possible when uh, gynotext or text written by a woman is interpreted from a separate theoretical framework. Because it is not only the society, it is not only the life where there is the gender discrimination or kind of a discrimination in literary writing also, because most of the women writer in the very initial stage, they were following the models, theoretical parameters. They were developed by, they were canonized by the male writers. Means they have no independence. Simply they were blind imitators of the male models. Then later on, they started developing their autonomy in writing. They investigated the subject which were independent, which were of their own experience, rather than what a male writer thinks, what has been established by the male critic and the scholar. And this autonomous, independent thinking, as well as protesting, was an important step in gynocriticism as well. But even today, Ellen Sowelter finds there are double dependency. That means women writers, what they are doing, simply they are either following the male models or they are reacting. There is a kind of reaction. Literature of there is based on the reaction against the male domination. That's what this is exactly a double dependency. Means they are still, or they have to still investigate the fresh subjects, their personal experience, whether that is related with their domestic life, mother-daughter relations in gestation, child rearing and all they are equally important subjects. We cannot dismiss that these domestic subjects, the issues are secondary subjects. It is only the patriarchy that has declared that these are very, very non-serious, less significant subjects. Whereas because the roles that has been assigned to the women, that has been done by the patriarchy, in this assignment of the role, women has no role to play. And Simone de Beauvoir, as well as Kate Millett, they have rightly pointed out that there is constructedness. Women is not born, rather women is constructed. Male and female, these are the biological processes. And becoming a man, as well as the women, particularly the women, is a cultural construct. Women is made by whom? By patriarchy. It is a patriarchy that commands all the spheres of life, especially in the life of a woman. Then she is reduced to become a subject, a minor subject, and independent subjects rather than independent personality. That's why whenever we take up such type of issues, that is sexual abuse and the domestic violence, which I think can best be interpreted, best be understood through this feminist approach. And this will be an example of interpretive research. And there are many more texts. One text that I have taken up for discussion is, that is exactly a very good illustration to justify the argument of the proposition of this topic. There's Greece Carnot's Nagmandal. Though there are other plays where this issue has been taken up, but this I find is a very important text where this topic, that is sexual abuse and the domestic violence, has been taken up very seriously. This Nagmandal by Greece Carnot in 1990, which is based on the two folk tales of Karnataka, that deals with broadly speaking, because either the protagonist, the female protagonist Rani, or the another female character Kurdava, or the village elders, the man, the story, other characters, all the events, all the characters, the plot, the structure of the plot, the language, all they are the mediums where through some very important issue is very seriously discussed by the playwright, because Girish Karnad also belongs to the tradition of the or the play of ideas, where important ideas, either the social, political, cultural, or the religious ideas, they have been discussed, and the final solution is never provided. Simply, the issue has been discussed, the issue has been taken up before the audience, and it has been left to the audience to make a final decision on the topic, on the issue. And Gis Karnad has also done the same thing in this play, and he is a great thesis playwright or a problem playwright. It deals with the issue, particularly this play. This is Nagmandal is very contextual as far as this subject is concerned, because it is the Indian women and the sexual abuse and the domestic violence in Indian society, and that is reflected in, or that has been represented in Indian literature. And one seminal text that I have taken up for brief discussion or endorsement of the argument of the position of the topic is Nagmandal. In the play, Rani, that is a female protagonist, is the central character. And there is one more minor female character, that is Kurdava. But entire focus is on Rani, though she is the central figure. It is Karnad who has highlighted the feminine issue. And what is that feminine issue? The abuse, sexual abuse, and the domestic violence. Domestic violence. There are two opposite forces, dialectic forces are together. They are put together vis-a-vis. On the one side, we have Rani and Kurdava. On the other side, we have Rani's husband Apanna, village elders, even to some extent, the parents of Rani, dog, mongoose. Why dog and mongoose? Because they go on either there's a dog goes on barking continuously and Rani could not sleep. It's a kind of mental torture also. Means that there are certain tools, certain agencies of exploitation goes on abusing, and most prominently it is Apanna, the husband, who literally, according to Karnad, means any man, the parents of Rani, who are not concerned, least concerned about the person whom they're going to marry their daughter, Rani. Rani, she's Rani in name only, the queen of the house, long dresses, lovely, dear child of their parents. But when the moment of the marriage comes, they are least concerned. Their parents are very conservative, and they feel that their daughter Rani is a burden for them. That's why they find Apanna, who was a rich man, but they are not concerned about what kind of man he is. He is a libertine, he's a licentious, he is a philanderer. And you will see, this is the irony of Indian society. This is a very, you can say, photographic transcription of Indian society, where the man can enjoy, man can do whatever he wants, but the artistic of morality is imposed upon the women. Rani versus Apanna. These two characters present the ideological conflict. One is the ruler and there is a ruled, the master and the servant. Two classes are there. One is that is called a ruler. He is the ruler, and Rani is ruled. Just see this ruthless exploitation that goes on when Rani is married to Apanna, who was a rich man, though a philanderer, libertine, licentious, and having loose morals. He is exactly a coquette. And when the Rani is brought to the house, she is not welcomed. Even the very first day, Aparna takes lunch and goes out and locks the door from outside. Locking the door from the outside implies double burden, double taxation on Rani. One, neither she could go outside, nor outsider could get inside. And he, for the first night, did not spend with Rani, but goes outside. to meet his concubine regularly, the mistress regularly. He comes for the lunch only, takes the lunch, he speaks few words, few syllables, again goes out. In this way, whenever Rani tried to ask certain questions, he is scolded very bitterly. That's why she remains, she's reduced to like a caged bird, like a doll in her own house. She's not the queen here. Now she becomes a slave, a caged bird. That exactly represents, that exactly symbolizes the real condition of Indian woman. Because in India, whenever we talk about certain issues and we try to apply this feminist approach to analyze the Indian text, Indian culture, Indian religion, and all important issues, we very immediately dismiss that this is an imported concept. But this dismissal of feminism as an important concept is the eccentricity of Indian scholar, because the condition of the women, either in France or in England or in America or India, is more or less the same thing. In India, we simply pick up few names, few women's and their names, and just to try to extol that this is an emerging India, this is a new India. But I think that those women, few in number, they are simply the elite class women. They do not represent the psyche of the real condition of Indian women. That's why we cannot generalize with the help of 3 or the 4 names, though since long from the Vedic period, we pick up Apala, Gargi, Maitre, 3, 4 names only. This is not exactly a thing of pride. Rather, this is very ironic and insulting for all of us. In the history of more than 3,000, 4,000 years, we are picking up only 3 or the 4 names just to extol, just to establish the status, the position of the women in Indian society. But the real condition that is very much dramatized very effectively by Girish Karnad in Nagmandal. Rani picturizes, Rani represents the real psyche, the socio-psychological condition of Indian women in Indian society. This is a very graphic, very generic, as well as very photographic transcription of the Indian women and how she faces sexual abuse and the domestic violence. That is the violence within the family. It is Aparna is the most important instrument, and Aparna is merely an instrument. It's a tool in the hands of patriarchy. Overall, it is the ideology that's very important, and this ideology or the game of this or the application of this ideology, either it is in the institutions, cultural practices, either in literature, in the religious sphere, in the economic sphere, that plays very important role, that determines everything. The base, the structure, it determines either socio-historical reality, determines the superstructure. Similarly, this ideology, Aparna exactly is a tool in the hands of patriarchy. And the complete Indian society, that is the milieu of Nagamandal, is the product of, is an outcome of that patriarchal ideology, where superiority of the women, superiority of the man has been established, and women has the secondary prize. And this kind of ideological conflict goes on, and Kurdava, to some extent, tries to help Rani. And she is the first human being who talks to, establishes some sort of communication with the Rani, and she has 2 magical roots. One she has already used, and 2 are left, and she hands them over to Rani because she finds that there has been no any kind of sexual relationship between Rani and her husband Aparna. And in this way, she wants to help her. But the use of the small, that is the very first root, that is magical root, brings very, very disastrous impact on the mind of Rani, because she finds that when in the milk it is mixed and taken by Aparna, she faints and falls down. But for the next, that is a bigger one, she develops a curry and pours into the curry and becomes blood red. And she is very much frightened of such type of reaction in the milk and could not dare to give it to her husband Aparna, and pours into the anthill. and the king cobra just swings up. And the beginning, there's the entry of the third person. That is called the eternal triangle develops. That has been an important issue in the 17th century drama. And in the recent time, Greece Karnad has used that eternal triangle in Candida. But in Greece Karnad's Candida, this eternal triangle has been put upside down, where the wife, that is Candida, did not run away with the marchbanks, using march with his young lover, husband, wife, and the third person, an outsider. Rather, Kannada establishes the superiority of the conjugal love. It's tried to foster the conjugal love. Here, that is in Greece Kannada, this eternal triangle develops, where we have Apanna, the husband, Rani, the wife, and that cobra who assumes the personality of her husband during night. That is called, to make a distinct personality, distinct character, is called Nag. Nag Mandal, the story related to the Nag. That has been the central issue. And these are the mediums only. And this kind of relationship develops during night when Apanna is not there, goes to the concubine, and there is no one to question his libertine and his licentious behavior. But everybody is very much concerned about Rani, the routine of the Rani, and this cobra who assumes the personality of Apanna and enters into the house and has physical relations with the Rani. This is again very interesting. This is exactly based on the folk tales. In real life, whether it's possible or not, that is another issue. That is a debatable issue. But what is exactly the intent of Greece Karnad is that he goes beyond the time limits. He transcends the limitations, conservative conditions of Indian society. That's why it introduces that the Rani is very traditional, very, very faithful. She does not cuckold her husband. Rather, unintentionally it happens in the story. She cuckolds her husband, and she becomes pregnant with the relation with Nag, the cobra. Again, how it can be possible medically, this is a debatable issue. Anyway, when Apanna realizes that he knows that she has become pregnant, it was a moment of celebration for Rani, and she wants to share with Apanna. But the reaction of Apanna was very violent, and he just starts crying, barking on her that he had no relation, he had never slept with her. How she became pregnant? Then again, very tough trial, that is Nag or the cobra ordeal is there. That is Agni Pariksha. For whom? For Rani. Again, see the question, the yardstick of morality. No one in the village is there who questions the libertine behavior, philanderer, Apanna. But everybody is there who is targeting Rani. That's why she's called before the village elders. Again, this village elders, that exactly is another very important tool of exploitation and discrimination and the violence against Rani. And she's brought before the village elders. And according to the choice of Rani, because that was a very convincing reply from Rani that she would like to hold cobra in her hand. Cobra, this is very poisonous. And the village elders and the others, they also agree, okay, this kind of ordeal is okay. She takes up the cobra in her hand. Cobra slides down, making like an umbrella, docile, very passive, very loving to Rani. And in this way, that was a kind of charisma. That was kind of very, very wonderful experience for all the village elders, as well as in just one thing more that is also very significant. In the village elders who are working as the judge, there is no women representative. All are male. They have to decide the fate of Rani. There is no representation on the side of woman. And it has been decided. But luckily, because Cobra emerges as a rescuer of Rani, and Rani is declared goddess. Everybody comes forward, just prostrates before Rani. And Apanna has been exhorted by the village elders that you are very lucky and you have a wife who is now goddess and you have to serve Rani. for your remaining life. And the concubine also volunteered to serve Rani. Means in this way, Rani got husband, Rani got lifelong servant in the form of concubine as well as Aparna. And she was raised to a very great height in the society. But for Aparna, because he knows very well, though the society, the village elders, they have declared Rani, that is called the goddess, but he knows very well some sort of foul game has been done to him. And this is exactly the way how to punish. Greece Karnad has devised this way, this kind of technique to punish a guilty person. Often we notice in Shakespearean plays, particularly in tragedies, either it is Macbeth or Hamlet, when Claudius becomes the king and Macbeth becomes the king in their respective plays. But how they can be punished for their foul, their wrongdoings, that is called the psychic reaction, which never allow them to enjoy the peace of mind. Lady Macbeth dies out of somnambulism, psychic reactions, and even Macbeth could not enjoy the peace of mind. He could enjoy the kingship of Scotland. Similarly here, Claudius never could enjoy the peace of mind when he becomes the king of Denmark. This is called a psychic reaction. That is a kind of device that has been used by William Shakespeare. Here again, Greece Karnad has used the similar kind of device. How to punish a powerful man? Aparna is very powerful because the whole society that is patriarchal, male-dominated society, is with him, and nobody is there who comes forward to defend Rani except Kurdava, who herself is the victim of this patriarchy, who has lost her son, and she is in search of her son. She becomes almost mad, but nobody comes. Everybody declares her mad, though she is haunted by the memory of her son. In this way, the Aparna.
Sorry, sir, just a minute. Actually, sir, we're running out of time, sir. It's already 11 to sir. Please, I know, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what exactly this play exactly is a testimony, exactly is a kind of study, it's a kind of representation of the sexual abuse and domestic violence through Rani. Rani exactly is a generic character, and the whole play is a battleground where this power relation between man and the women is played out very successfully and very dramatically. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, for interrupting you, sir. Actually, sir, thank you, sir, for a very beautiful, sir, informative, sir, lecture, sir. So really, sir, we're honored to have you for our webinar.
Thank
Now,
you.
yes, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Mahesh Kumar Desa for his talk, sir. Sir, please.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. So my colleagues, resource persons, Professor Singh and Dr. Singh and Dr. Priyanka Singh. So I am the only day among three Singhs. So this is a good topic, and when Manas suggested me, so I was delighted to be a part of it. And this college, I studied there for 2 years, so I pay my tribute and salute to the land of the college, and where I spent 2 years, very fruitful and very academically sound. And my teachers actually saved me to be an English faculty. So I wanted to be a part of this event very carefully and consciously. Because we are running out of time, so I thought that I would talk on a topic that is the title I gave, that sexual and domestic violence in literature, but I tried to use an idiom to give my title, so that is sweeping under the carpet. So this is a part of our history, and we cannot actually avoid that history. Whenever we go back to our myths and several historical tales, we always see that women have been subjugated sexually and psychologically and socially and culturally. And sometimes because we try to forget, or we try to overlook the matter. So the word we have replaced in the dictionary, for example, misogyny. And we dislike women? No, we don't dislike. In Indian culture, it can't be that way. So we don't dislike women strongly. We accept them as the representation of motherhood, womanhood. So Shakti, we say Nari Shakti, women empowerment. We now use the word Sashaktikaran. So they were powerless. So we want to empower them again. We have made them powerless. So that is my first statement. So I just slightly divided my presentation into three components, but I won't take much time. So the first component, I wanted to study violence as a topic. So why people try to be violent, and why do people become revengeful, and why do some try to be more powerful than some others? Why do men particularly exploit women sexually, and domestic violence prevails in society? So then I came to know that this has been a study of or a branch of study of neuropsychology, or psychology, or neurology, both you can combine. So violence is very much ingrained in our mind from because it has cultural root, and because we are trained, oriented in that way to be violent. It is basic instinct, one of the basic instincts of any human, irrespective of gender. So we want to be violent because we lose our sense of you can say compassion or sympathy or love, and anger and greed and jealousy. All these other attributes become more powerful when we become violent. We lose control of our sense. And then some scientists have classified violence into mainly different categories. I just make a list before you. So first one is bullying, and second one is premarital and postmarital violence, and third one is sexual trafficking, and fourth one is teen dating violence, and fifth one, the last one, is community violence. So this way there have been violence categorized into different types. And then I tried to look at the causes. And there have been a list of 4 different causes, mainly broadened into those. The biological factors have been given the more prominence, and then socialization, and then cognitive factors, and then situational factors. So all these different aspects have been analyzed by neuroscientists or psychologists in their theories. So if we just have a look at all these things, then we, for example, can better understand how violence has become a part of our study. And then when we come back to particular section, subjugation of women, and we actually didn't give them voting rights, and we didn't actually give them fundamental rights. The constitution we made, but we delayed in sanctioning all the provisions because we believe in patriarchy and misogyny. So patriarchal system always believed that men are supposed to be outward and outside home bread earners, and women are supposed to be inside the 4 walls of the house, and they have to be homemakers or housewives, as we popularly use the word. And then they can move out. So that is how whatever they want to do within the 4 walls of the house. So for a pretty long time, we believed in that, and we actually strongly accepted the norms set by our patriarchs. And the situation is very worse now. And I don't want to narrate the historical perspective, as we find in every family when there is a the context of a girl child or a boy child, then we prefer to have a boy child more. Most of the parents go on producing girls, producing boys, and if they at all they produce more girls, then they go for abortion. And this is very pathetic kind of situation in a country like India. We believe in all the women Shaktis. And then that history, that's why we have now come to a context where we have created a slogan like Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao. And that has been a massive national campaign going on. I don't know how Indian mass in general believe in that, but we have to actually, educated people have a major role to play in this context. Uh, then we set some duties for boys and girls. So boys will go out and play and whatever do they want, they would do. And girls have to be inside and they will do all the household chores. And along with that, nowadays they have excelled in their studies also. And they have been progressing a lot in all professions, in every field of their career. And that's why they have, you can say, not double colonization as we use the word, they have been double empowered compared to boys. So that is my assumption in the beginning. I wanted to say that. And then I thought that I would switch over to my second part, and that is called literary illustrations. So I thought of Indian English women poetry to begin with. And then I thought to not to go for the award-winning authors, but even though we have, for example, Imtiaz Dharkar and Kamala Das and Eunice D'Souza and Sujata Bhatt. Several women have touched upon this issue because they can't remain silent when something wrong is happening outside in the society. So I wanted to begin my talk with one new poet. She is Chandni Singh, and she has written a poem titled "I Am a Woman." So this I could find in the Desi Bliss volume of this recent times. Then she writes this way: I am woman. I have had my breasts fondled, not by a lover, but strangers on a bus. I have been gyrated against as I navigate to the city. Packed like sardines, they are more depraved than animals. I have had pennies flashed at me, whose owners I know not. They only come with a pair of lustless eyes and a soulless smile. So when you look at these lines, very apt and very particular about the sexual representation and the male ego that is demonstrated in public places. So there we find an Indian woman as a narrator who is actually seriously surrounded by the so-called antisocials or hooligans or victimizers, or we say criminals, and they are ever ready to get a chance to molest the woman or to rape the woman, given a chance, given an opportunity. So we belong to that category. The lustful humans or the males are more wild and barbaric than animals, and they can destroy immediately the self-image of a woman in any situation, even either in a public place or in a crowded bus or train. This poem was written in response to a gang rape that happened to a 23-year-old girl in Delhi. Women in India face this situation daily in different cities, and this is the reality that the poetess narrates from her personal experience. So in the last stanza that attracts my attention, she writes, or the narrator says, I have lost count. There are too many to fight. I may be liberated and educated, but my fire has been doused. Neither rhetoric nor review can bring me solace. So this is the anger. Anger, the poetess very objectively presents. It represents the general womanhood in India in modern times. So that we have to believe. And then I go to another, that is another poem because that I borrowed from one poetess, that is Warsa Dale Ward. She is of Jamaican Nigerian origin, and she has written this poem titled The Quartz. This is taken from her anthology titled Bone. So here he has captured the painful mundane life, the surrounding of the sexual assault, and she describes several episodes of sexual abuse. In one poem, you cannot actually include all such things together. And she makes the victim silent, and her sorrows are depicted indirectly when the victimizer is given some scope to speak out. And the lines I quote go like this: from one who says, don't cry, you will like it after a while, and two who tells you thank you after the fact and can't look at your face, to three who pays for your breakfast and a cab home and your mother's rent, to four who says, but you felt so good, I didn't know how to stop, to 5, who says giving your body is tough, but something you do very well, to 6, who smells of tobacco and says, come on, I can feel that you love this. So look at the language. She has enumerated 6 different episodes of the sexual assault that happened to different women, and very objective kind of presentation, and language is very accurate. I could notice that. Very simple, but dialogic mode is there adapted. So the first line will be narrative mode and the other 2 lines will be dialogic mode. And that is very important here to my context. So what is here? So the statement by the poetess. So according to her, sexual violence, I quote, is a shared experience that a lot of women have. The trauma experienced by the victim is to be expressed at any cost. Her main intention is to connect with others and relive in a healthy way. The victim, if she shares her emotions and feelings with fellow victims, that will actually give her a sense of confidence. She will not feel lonely and helpless. So this poetic expression indirectly empowers her and strengthens her self-personality or self-image. So self-determination, you can say. So this is, for example, the literary illustration. I have several more from my own PhD area. I can just illustrate one for your knowledge or information. So I worked on Native Canadian women writers or novelists. So I interviewed one fiction contemporary woman novelist called Beatrice Culleton Mozionier. So she had been raped as a child and she wanted to express that in her novel. So the novel is called semi-autobiographical novel. The title has been given In Search of April Rentree. So April Rentree has been the narrator, the chief narrator, and her sister, younger sister, is Cheryl Rentree, and both the sisters' stories have been narrated in that novel, In Search of April Rentree. So what is the title signify? It is signifying that April Rentree is searching for her own identity. So questing for her identity. And where does she quest? And in the Canadian mainstream society, and being a native woman, she finds initially that her skin color is white and she can easily assimilate into the mainstream. But when she mixes with her people and she even looks at her own younger sister who is having unfair or black skin, and then she doesn't accept the fact that she is a native in origin, and in an attempt to assimilate into the mainstream, she goes ahead and she wants to separate herself psychologically from her younger sister. But as a kind of guardian, she has to look after her younger sister, which she does. And when she goes to look for her younger sister in a very unknown location, and she has been gang raped by a group of hooligans who consider her as Cheryl. So this misidentification of one sister in place of another can be considered as a very deliberate plotting of the incident of the writer's own autobiography. And that's a very true story, true account. And when you look at the stories of native women and Dalit women, and even, for example, the tribal women in different locations of India, we can very easily identify their situation and their plight in the modern society. And that's why I end my, for example, presentation with such comments. That is just a last one. In the recent times, you must be knowing that there has been a movement, Me Too movement, and we must see a number of articles in that. And it started how from the West, and it came to the East also. And it is a very, very strong kind of protest, social protest and social movement, where every victimized woman can come to the public domain and speak out or express her inner feelings or personal feelings, and just to empower herself. And for example, the main character in that Me Too movement, which was called Harvey Weinstein, and how being a producer and a director of the film company in Hollywood, he could exploit so many women in about 3 decades. And he didn't accept initially when, for example, the accusation was made against him. He said it was always mutual consensus. And finally, when the New York Times reviewed completely in detail, and he was, for example, given the life imprisonment for almost 23 years, and then he resigned. So this is the shamelessness of the criminal, elite criminal, very established so-called rich and wealthy criminal of Indian society. In India also, it has taken momentum in the last decade. And as we can say in the modern times, Tanushi Datta made an allegation against Nana Patekar, and even the subordinate colleague of our Tehelka.com also made an allegation. So we have a number of stories. So sexual violence or abuse and domestic violence that happens either in a very strong way, in a very clear manner, or in a subdued manner, and we can't deny that. So that's why I come back to my title saying that we always, as patriarchs or our elders, our parents, just with an excuse that we will lose our social fame, accept this kind of notion that if something wrong happens to a girl child or a woman or to a young girl, so we should overlook that. So people will forget gradually. In the long run, it will be just overlooked because there will be social stigma or taboo in the long run. So we try to avoid that as much as possible. Now it is not the right time to do that. We must come openly, try to educate our boys in the families how to respect the constitutional rights of equality and liberty, and also social discrimination should not be there. We should avoid that. And that movement is a very eye-opening activity from the sociological perspective. And I remember one poem by Imtiaz Dharkar where he says, another woman. So you can read the lines how the woman, another woman, is presenting the picture of a rural and urban woman who actually works for the entire family, buying buying vegetables and preparing food, and listening to the humiliation of the mother-in-law, and also being having tortured by the husband. So domestic violence, the main theme of that poem, we can't overlook. So some poets, some writers, some painters, and some filmmakers have also taken this theme up and presented that in their respective fields. And this is a fact. We can't actually turn a blind eye to this fact. This is high time, and I congratulate Dr. Manas Naik to think about this topic and to just discuss in a very public forum. And although we are from literature and we imagine that literature stories are fictional, but the background must be based on some fact that we cannot deny. With these kind of remarks, I conclude myself here, and very quickly, and just to give justice to the timing. Thank you very much, Manas, and thanks, Professor Das, to give me a chance. I am very much thankful to all the faculty members and other colleagues in Pattamundai College, and that is my birthplace and my land. Virtually, I am connected to that place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for a very beautiful lesson about sexual violence and sexual abuse and domestic violence. I am sure that students, all the participants, must have been satisfied with your presentation. Now, may I invite Dr. Priyanka Singh, Assistant Professor, Bhagwan Din Aryakanya PG College, Lucknow University, for his presentation, for her presentation. Sorry, ma'am, please.
Okay, thank you, Manas.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am. You're audible, ma'am.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank Manas again for inviting me and giving me a chance to speak or share my views on the platform. I congratulate your college for completing 50 years. and the whole organizing team for organizing such a wonderful webinar. So I would start with the topic of the webinar. The topic itself shows us so many things, as Professor Krishna Singh sir said. Sexual abuse and domestic violence. Sexual abuse, which is one of the main concerns of the fourth wave feminism, which started in 2012, very recently, in which India has got a prominent role, has got a big participation. Professor Krishna Singh sir was a bit disappointed with women's participation in the early movements of feminism in India. But so fortunately, now we have a big space and big share in the movement in the fourth wave of feminism. Then moving on to the next part of the topic, Manas, you have really taken up very deep thought, very good and very sensitive topic. So the domestic violence, domestic, the word in itself shows home, the safest zone, the most protected periphery, and the zone where we all feel safe. But this sphere, this domestic sphere, which is the safest, which is thought to be safest for everyone, is under question. In this zone, we are being victimized. So there is a need to think over it, to discuss over it, and we all the women, somewhere or the other, we all feel victimized at some point or the other. And as Sir said, as Ray Sir said, Day Sir said, that he's the only day amongst the three Singhs. So I would also like to say that I'm the only woman amongst all of us, all the three males. So I have got marginalized participation here. Okay, now coming on to the main topic. So sexual abuse and domestic violence against Indian women in literature and society. So I would like to keep my major concern, literature as my major concern. And instead of some prominent or mainstream literature, I would like to take your attention towards Bega literature, Bega, which is one of the primitive tribes of central India. So I would like to take you all to a Bega village and have a glimpse of it and have an idea of the mindset they have, which is reflected through their folk songs. So I would like to quote certain instances from Baga folk songs and would try to snatch rather your attention towards a marginalized literature, a women's voice which is yet marginalized, because the concerns of women, of mainstream women, has already been in highlights, but this voice of a tribal woman or of tribal women is still marginalized and is nowadays people are trying to bring them to light, which is termed as indigenous feminism. Under the umbrella term indigenous feminism, all the tribal and the marginalized literatures are being taken up. So, and I would also like to discuss or talk over a few of the concerns which tribal women or Baga women face or feel, which is different from that of mainstream women, because we all are marginalized, we all are being snatched off from our rights. We all are not getting equal opportunities, equal freedom, equal control over economic things, financial things. So, but moreover, but on top of that, Bega women, especially, as I have read, have few issues which which are more than that of which we have in mainstream women. So what I observed that Baga women, on the name of freedom, as the society conceives that they are very free, they can roam around, they can drink in presence of the male members of the family, they can go out of homes at any point of time. But this freedom, or on the name of this freedom, what I read, they are doubly jeopardized or doubly wounded or doubly effaced. How? See, on the name of freedom, they are one of the things which is counted as a point of equality is Baga women can marry on their will and they can leave their husband at any time on their wish. But this freedom of choice, actually is not a freedom, is rather uh, a sort of exploitation they are facing, and they are not getting social security as well as emotional prop, and that's why they're not stable at one place. They need social security, and for that they have to marry, they are bound to marry. But if they're not getting that security, that emotional support from one husband, they can move on to other husband. So this much freedom they have, that they can move on, they can take divorce. But what the real condition is that they are exploited, and so they are not satisfied, they are being victimized, and so they have no other option but to switch on to some other person, or try some other option. Let's say one of the instances I would like to quote here is, my bed is lonely now, what can I do but run away? For this bed I left my mother, brother, and all my family. For this bed I left the two babies at my breast, and they wept for me. And in the end, he left me. Means the other person on whom she was relying on, that person also deceived, that person also cheated her, and she says that I will run away again, for this bed is lonely now. Just because she has been deceived again, she has been cheated again, so she would try third time to have another mate, because without a male mate, she won't be able to get a social security or a social identity. So for the fight of identity, they have to do such things. So this is not freedom actually, rather this is exploitation. So this was one of my points. The second observation about Baga women through their literature is the rules of morality seems to be very stringent for women folk here, while it was not so with men. For women folk during their menstrual periods and like such, they have to face so many restrictions, so many taboos are there. If by mistake they enter or they step into a temple unknowingly even, so they would be cursed. This is the belief that they would be cursed, their future generations would be cursed, and she would stand nowhere. She would be boycotted by the society. So such are the practices, such are the norms which are very much going against the well-being of women. Moreover, in their literature or even in their societies, what I observed is they are working in the fields. They are the ones who go to market and sell products and earn money. And they are the ones who are working in domestic sphere as well. They are the ones who are cooking, who are bearing and rearing children. So there is no zone left where men are taking responsibility of certain things. In all the major spheres, earning, running your family, bearing children, rearing them, and cooking and household chores, in all the fronts, women have active participation, and women are the ones who are responsible for all the things. And males are most of the time not involved in these activities, or just say have very little participation, even if when they are involved in agricultural activities, there also women have a very active participation there. So so this is the thing, this if this is equality, if this is equality and this is given to them on name of equality, that they are equal to men, they can also work in fields, they can also go out, they can also have a shop and market. But I think this is not equality, rather this is doubly wounding them, doubly exploiting them. You have to, there women have to do the household chores as well, and they are responsible for the outdoor activities as well. So this is not a freedom or equality. I think this is rather exploitation. One more one more instance I would like to quote here. I have bullock and a cart, but I haven't got a yoke. I have wandered all over the world, but I have never yet seen a virgin or friend. Here, few males are discussing, somebody is saying that I have toured the whole world, but I have never met a virgin. This is one of the very major issues which feminists raise, that the concept of virginity and purity, this is only associated with women folk. Men are never asked to be whether they are virgin or not, and it never bothers, it never meant anything for them. But this is a thing of honor and pride, and it's a major concern of men in context of women. And this tag of virginity or chastity is given to women by men who themselves might not be very pure, but this tag they can give to another being, that you are virgin, or you are chaste, or you are not. So this is also one of my concerns, which is which bothered me when I thought about the topic. And one more instance I would like to quote and move on to the next concern I have, next issue I have. It was your mother cursed me, your father spoke so roughly, your younger brother turned me out of the house, that's why I went to weep in the jungle. So here there is an example of domestic violence. Here a girl runs away because she was thrown out of the house by her brother-in-law, and she was cursed and abused by her in-laws. So one more question arises here, that to which home does she belong then? She has left one home after marriage, she has left one home back, and she moves to another home, another house, which is called that this would be your house from now onwards. But if she could be thrown out of that house, that you get out of this house, somebody can throw her out or drag her out of the house, then where does she belong to? What's her home then? What would be her identity? Where would we associate herself to? So this is one of my concerns and issues, and there are lots of lots of instances, several instances of domestic and sexual violence. I would like to quote some of them. The thing why I am quoting these literary instances, because speakers before me, they talk of prominent literature of which everyone is well known of, but the instances I am discussing here or sharing are of a tribal literature which is not that prominent, so people might not have read about it. So okay, come girl and help me cut this wood. If you can't do it, I will hit you with my axe. This is a simple and clear cut and very straight example of physical violence. If you will not help me, then I will hit you with my axe. So, and there are abundant of examples, such examples of sexual and physical abuses that Baga women face or most of the tribal women face. Manas, I hope I'm not taking much of time.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Actually, it is time. If you want to take, you can take for 5 minutes. Then please conclude.
Okay. Okay, I will not take much of your time. I would like to conclude.
Yes, ma'am.
So these were basically my major concerns, which comes under the fourth wave and indigenous feminism. So these were my major concerns. So I would like to wind up now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would like to conclude with these words. Thank you. Thank you, Manas.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for a very beautiful presentation. Uh, you talked about the indigenous women. Basically, you talked about Baiga women. Basically, India people are not aware about tribal women and their status. Basically, when it comes about Baiga women, one of the primitive, particular vulnerable tribal groups of India, people are not aware about their status. Generally, people think that in tribal women get a liberty, but it is not like that. So very beautifully you presented their problems, the problems of Baga tribe, Baga women in this seminar. Thank you, ma'am. It was a very informative presentation. Thank you once again. I would like to invite Dr. Bipin Kumar Singh, sir, Associate Professor, Department of English, Central University of South Bay, for his presentation. Please, sir.
Thank you, Manav. I think I would be audible to all of
Thank
you.
you.
First of all, I congratulate and greet the whole organizing team, the entire organizing team, for organizing such a wonderful webinar over here. And really, I am the last speaker, and I am given the task to speak when almost nothing left to speak on. All the speakers have finished, and no issue. I won't take much time, but uh, I will deliberate on few points which I think are very prominent and all of us must consider over it. One is all of us know that patriarchy is ruling the entire world in one way or the other. But question is how subtle the ways are. We have a number of examples, ample examples, literary examples, events in society as examples we have, and all of us know a number of theories, concepts are there. But thing is why these things are prevailing? Why this subordination? What I feel and what I could observe is this: when men are smart enough, or we can say the patriarchal agencies are smart enough to develop the metaphors metaphors through which women could be ruled over, they could be subordinated. And what are these metaphors? If you say language is an institution to subordinate women, and there are a number of linguistic theories, feminists, linguistic feminists, they have French feminists, they have also just protested against it. But thing is, if language stands as an institution, then what are these metaphors? And these metaphors are so well rooted in the mind and heart of every individual that it's not very easy that we could get out of it. For example, metaphors of color. We divided colors in masculine and feminine, and a woman wearing or cloth dress in masculine color will feel odd at a public place, at a formal place. She won't feel that much confident. Pink is a feminine color. Then how can colors decide this gender, nature of gender, definition of gender? No, they cannot. But we have developed, they have developed names, names. Suppose I will give the example over Manas. Manas being a male, had he been Mansi, what would have been the result? Means language does not allow us to speak on this, to look towards this in that way. No. Now think, this language has forbidden, just captured our mind, and we can never dare to peep out of it, peep through it. We are just captives, helpless captives and puppets, puppets in the hands of language. This is what we are. And other example if I give, this is violence. Actually, these things, everything is a form of violence. This is very such a meek and humble violence that we seldom realize. We seldom realize. And other example, another hidden metaphor that has been developed is this. Suppose uh, it comes under concept of honor. When we honor someone in our India, because our webinar is on Indian society literature. In our Indian setup, if we show our respect to someone, how we salute. In most of our society, we touch feet. We touch feet. And touching feet of a man and touching feet of a woman, I think, give same connotation. Same connotation. But I am just reverting the situation. Instead of touching feet of man and touching feet of a woman, if I give touching hands of a man and touching hands of a woman, meaning changes. Here, touching hands of a woman gives the connotation that the man is taking liberty. But the same man, if the same man touches the feet of that same woman, it gives he's showing respect. So the difference between touching feet and touching hands and the connotations that they carry with us are very, very different. And here we fail to understand the politics. If someone touches our hand, we think that someone is taking liberty. And instead of blessing him, we will slap. A woman will slap. How dare you to touch my hand? And if he touches the feet, connotation changes. Connotation changes. These are the subtle ways. These are the subtle ways of violence and capturing our mind. Now, another thing that I will speak over, I will wish to share with all of you is this nature of abuse. Another metaphor developed as a part of language, as part of our lifestyle, as a part of the infrastructure of society. Abuse, all of us boost on our honor, our self-esteem, self-respect, self-dignity on the name of whom? On the name of women or female relatives who are related to us in one way or other. Suppose if two men fight with each other, who is made the target? Through language, through slangs, through abuses. These are the female relatives of the either party, of both the parties. And these abuses are centered on mother, sister, daughter. Mother, sister, daughter. These three roles of women, women have been given these three roles in our society, which is respectable. And since these roles are respectable, that's why they have been made the target. We abuse a mother, we can abuse a sister, we can abuse a daughter, but think for a while, there is an other role of a woman in our society. This role is the role of wife. And surprisingly, there is no abuse developed, no metaphor developed which could center, which could make target a wife. Now listen, no abuse at all, which makes a wife target, its target. Then what is noteworthy here? What is remarkable? Remarkable point is this: women in different roles can be made the target, are vulnerable, are vulnerable, while the other, the fourth role of a woman, which is not vulnerable in that way, because no abuse has been developed, no metaphor, abusive metaphor has been developed, then it gives pornographic, it's an abusive picture of the of wife, of the woman. This is important. And how the most sorry, the smarter way, and or we can say the subtle way, is this: to validate those metaphors, to validate these metaphors of abusive through literature. Literature mirrors society, fine, but how literature appears and how it has been made to act as a tool to validate these patriarchal metaphors. For example, we can say Vijay Tendulkar's plays, whether it's Sakharam Binder or Silence the Court in Session or Kamla or Ghasiram Kotwal. These plays are what? We can say even poems of Kamla Das. There are subtle ways of validating these metaphors. If you say Arvind Adiga's The White Tiger novel, frequently abuses have been used, motherfuckers and other words have been used. Why? Because now these literary pieces appear to act as a tool to validate those metaphors to subordinate women. Now, question is this: how to get rid of this? How first, what I think, first we need to get ourselves free from these metaphors, biased metaphors. Then we can liberate women, or women can liberate themselves. So these metaphors should be disregarded first, eradicated first. First, we would have to forget the difference, and we would have to that much because big-hearted or liberal in a sense that we could eradicate the difference between one's touching feet and one's touching hand, because this is also a subtle way that touching feet and touching hands, they have been working as metaphors for women, and women's mind becomes captive, and it cannot come out of that metaphors. It cannot dare even to get free, set herself free from these metaphors. So with these words, I would conclude my talk, and I again thank all the speakers, who's particularly Professor Krishna sir and Dr. Day, Dr. Priyanka. These three spoke on three different dimensions, and which was quite illuminating, and I was highly benefited. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Manas, and the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for a very beautiful and informative rendition. I am sure that our participants must have learned many things from your rendition. So now, I would like to declare that now this session is open for the interaction. Anyone who wants to ask questions to our research persons, they can ask. Before anyone asking directly, I would like to ask Dr. Priyanka ma'am. There is a question from one of the participants. The question is, just a minute. The question is, someone is writing like Papuri Senapati. Ma'am, he's writing that, ma'am, thank you for raising a very pertinent question. Where is the home of a married woman? The first question: where is the home of a married woman? Parents, uh, parents tell the bride when she leaves her husband's house that henceforth she is a guest at her mother's place, and her home will now be her husband's place. However, it is often seen that she is treated as an outsider in her husband's place. Considering this problem, what would you suggest to what would you suggest to such a bride? Where is her home according to you?
Okay, beta, wait.
Ma'am, shall I repeat the
Hello.
question? Yes, sir.
Yeah. If you allow me, then I can answer the question. Perhaps
Yes, sir.
will
Yes, sir.
miss.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually, since a married woman belongs to nowhere, nor her parents' house, nor to her in-laws' house, and this is the biggest challenge for a feminist, for a woman to find a suitable place for her which belongs to her. This is the real challenge for a feminist.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, another question is there from Pradit Kumar Panda. The question is, ma'am, how personal harassment that includes offensive jokes, comments, humiliation, criticism, ostracism, and intimidation can be checked when the question of power harassment arises? What can a woman do in her workplace? Ma'am, shall I repeat? Sir, shall I repeat the question again?
Yeah, repeat. Perhaps I doubt whether she is listening. Yes, she should be there. Yeah, link is not failed.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yes, repeat again.
The question is how personal harassment includes offensive jokes, comments, humiliation, criticism, ostracism, and intimidation can be checked when the question of power harassment arises. What can a woman do in her workplace?
Yeah. This Manas, this is the important question I was talking about, that we
Yes,
have
sir.
to
Yes,
keep
sir.
ourselves mentally free from those metaphors which have been developed. For example, the harassment, the metaphors which has been associated to the term harassment on the workplace or at domestic place, does the same metaphor work in a hospital? If before a gynecologist, these metaphors which are associated with harassment becomes meaningless before a gynecologist in a hospital, because differs perspective differs perspective of a gyno and perspective of the patient who has gone with some personal problem. Their metaphors becomes meaningless, but as soon as we come out of the hospital, the same metaphor again has big impact on our mind. So we have to keep ourselves mentally free to get rid of all these things. And really, it needs a big courage, enormous courage. We need to be bold for this. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the answer. So I would like to inform all the participants.
Hello, Manas. Hello.
Yes, yes, sir.
Sorry for interrupting, because I could see that Professor Savita Tripathi and Professor Chittaranjan Mishra, they are in the audience among the participants. So if they have some observations to make, please invite them so they can make some observations. They are our senior colleagues. Professor Mishra, I can see him.
Yes, yes, sir. Um, with the request of Professor Miles there, sir, I also want to ask Professor Chittaranjan Mishra, sir, if he wants to give his personal view or opinion regarding the topic, he can share his thoughts right now. I also say same thing to Professor Sabda Tripathi ma'am. If she wishes to put her thoughts on the proposed topic, she can do that. Sir?
Yes, I thank you, the organizers of the webinar, and all the distinguished speakers. I was really impressed by the clarity of Professor Mahesh and the way he has had organized his lecture, and also the voice quality of Professor Singh, Krishna Singh, and at the end, Professor Vipin's comments on metaphors, abuse metaphors intended at women is really interesting. And I had a question popping up in my mind that is it ever possible to really change our discourse or in our language practice these abusive metaphors and replace them with certain other kinds of, whether slang words or any other words targeted at women? So I thank you all. Nice meeting you.
Thank you, sir. So, ma'am, Sabita ma'am, if you want to speak, or if you want to share your thought, you can.
Thank you, Manas. Thank you. Really very impressive speakers you have invited. Dr. Bipin Singh has used metaphors. Actually, being a woman, yeah, these metaphors really they have a lot of meaning for women. And when one gets into the hospital, that's another type of a rapport. A woman makes a space, and the doctor also has his space. But in working place, it's very difficult to manage. There will be teasing, a lot of teasing when you are traveling by bus, or in many ways you will be attacked. You will feel insulted. Your mood will change. So it is very difficult to change the situation unless people make their mindset absolutely a kind of symbiotic relationship oriented life in our society. We can't change anything. We may be feminist. You call it, yes, I will become a feminist. I'll talk, I'll fight, I'll go to court, I'll sue you in the court. No, these things cannot solve the matter. It's a kind of awareness. You rightly pointed out. It's a kind of mindset, a kind of awareness, a kind of participation. Your many males are here. You are speaking about the women's problem. And Madam Singh, she has pointed out very, practical problems of life. The thing is that we have to fight against the victimization and survival of, how against victimization and how to survive. And for that, we need symbiotic relationship. Even old women are being chased. Not only young ones, beautiful ones, not model-like features. Such metaphors, since the childhood, the girl is subjected to such type of euphemism and also abusive language. Mahesh has presented a very good paper. Not paper, it's a brief statement he has made about Canadian women. Margaret Atwood, who is a Canadian writer, Mahesh knows very well that she talks about the women, they are fighting throughout the novel of Atwood for survival. And Professor Krishna Singh, yes, his voice is so attractive. He is attractive as well as his voice is very attractive. And he spoke very well. He has narrated the thing. And yeah, this is also a remark, I made a remark. You are looking handsome. That's the thing. That's it. Is it not teasing? Is it not sexual harassment? So this is something, very interesting. When you toss the hand, it is something else. We'll toss the feet, it is something else. So it's a nice discussion. I thank you all, to participate. An entire day is lying, our students are presenting papers. So be with us. Thank you. Thank you, Manas. Thank you, Chitta Bhai. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chito sir, for your for sharing your thoughts. There is a question for Mahesh sir. There is a question from Dr. Taskil Haider Naqvi sir. The question is, what is the status of women in society in terms of women empowerment? Sir, would you like to answer?
Yes, I think he has asked a very generalized statement, question in a generalized way. The status of women should be equal as of men. So when we talk of women empowerment, when they lack their power, then we talk of empowerment. So if we deliberately humiliate women as a very subjugated section, then we forget their status here. There is no status equality. In, for example, Government of India has issued a circular, and as a response to that circular, in every educational institution or office, there is a space called sexual harassment cell. If anybody feels victimized, then can go to that cell and represent, submit an application of harassment. Then there is a statutory committee, and that will be formed there to investigate the issue. But most of the cases, what happened, that after one round of hearing or meeting, then the case is just made null and void. So because we are underestimating the power of women, we are equals and we don't pay them equal salary. I went to a college here, local college, as a subject expert, and the girl was very much talented, meritorious. I selected her, but the management didn't want to appoint her. So this is not actually sexual harassment directly, but this is just social discrimination. The boy was selected because the boy had to work for the college anyhow, anytime, and run from one institution to another institution for the sake of college. The girl will simply deliver the lecture and will leave the campus. So that was the argument by the management. I was very adamant. I said, I won't sign on the resolution unless you appoint her. And this is the kind of conflict that we sometimes come across. So status of women are very much at a higher range. We should actually respect their status, but practically sometimes we overlook the matter. That's why I use the idiom sweeping under the carpet, turning a blind eye to the issue. So we should open up, make our children more aware of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, another question from one of our student, Sabita Sao. The question is, she's trying to say that basically now that is here is in a that is a slogan in India, "Beti bachao, beti padhao." So why there is not a slogan like "Beto ko sikhao" or "Beto ko samjhao"? Actually, she is trying to say that why not to aware men, men, to respect women, other things. So that is her focus, I think.
Yeah. She is making a sarcastic. Actually, this is a satiric statement, and she is making a parodic statement. But the government of India cannot make this kind of campaign as she suggests. So an individual can take this response, but this cannot be a movement. Movement is always optimistic and constructive for the betterment of the society. We cannot see like this, that agar na samjhe to thappad lagao. To thappad lagana, the prime minister can say this, or the president of India can't say this. I cannot say this. I teach literature students, and 50% or 70% of my students are girls. So hardly the boys are only minorities. So I cannot say thappad lagao. This is also encouraging violence. So it is her response. I respect her response. If any girl comes across such situation of harassment or assault in a public place, now we are actually promoting self-defense mechanism. There was a campaign sometime, the girl can have a knife in her wallet, and anytime she comes across such kind of horrible situation, she can just bring out her knife. But that also is a tool for violence. I don't know if all women start carrying knives in their wallets, then what will be the future of our nation? That I don't know. So
Mahesh, I will tell something, very interesting to Savita. Actually, the riot girl groups which have this, in postmodern era, the riot girl, because those girls will go together and will attack the boy who is doing such things to the girls on the road. So Sabita, this is self-defensive mechanism. We can equip ourselves with that mechanism, but we can't use these things always everywhere. We can't fight. There will be more violence, Instead, we should try our best how we'll check the violence, and sensitization programs are going on everywhere. We are holding in our university. Sensitization means males are to be sensitized, not the female. So females are organizing programs for male sensitization, Savita. So go on doing that, and in your area, everywhere, wherever you go, and you protect yourself and also help others to be protected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for your answer. There are other questions, but here I end this interaction session. So I want to request all the participants, please on your video voice, I want to take some screenshots for our record. Kindly all participants, please on your video. I'll take some screenshots for my record.
Have you taken some snaps?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, I have taken. So all of you of your video. Now I would like to request Dr. Saurabh Chandra Das, Head Department of English, Pattamundai College, and also the co-convener of this national webinar, to propose a vote of thanks in this inaugural session. Please, sir.
Am I audible? Am I audible? So I feel extremely delighted as I have been given the opportunity to provide a thank you note to our guests, to our pattern, to our participants. At first, I would like to provide my heartfelt thanks to our principal, Adhikari Narayandas, who is the chief patron and who encourages us to organize such webinars. Thank you, sir, for your active cooperation and participation. Then, I would like to provide my heartfelt thanks to Professor Krishna Singh. Okay. To Professor Krishna Singh, who has given us many things, many valuable talks regarding sexual abuse and domestic violence. Sir, you have given us many examples from Ibsen's A Doll's House, Moraj's character, and you have given us examples from Chris Corners, Nakmunda, and also from G.P. Saj Candida. Thank you, sir, very much. Then I would like to provide my thankfulness to Professor Mohesh Dey, who has given us many suggestions regarding the rectification of our nature and how we give honor to to our women class. Sir, you have given us many examples, like a poem, another woman,
Your voice is not audible.
where a woman
So my voice is not clear there. Then I would like to give my thanks to Professor Mohesh De, who has given us many suggestions regarding the rectification of our feelings, of our attitudes towards women class. And you, sir, gave us suggestions, gave us examples from the topic another woman, where that woman went to the market and brought methi leaves, but she is abused by her in-laws. Very powerful presentation, sir. Thank you very much for your deliverance. Then I would like to thank Dr. Priyanka Singh, who has given us in our society how the dominance of male and how the women are exploited. How the women are exploited, it is our mindset. And if we develop our attitude, then such problems can be eradicated. Thank you, ma'am, very much. Then I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Bipin Kumar Singh. Sir, we are very much thankful to you because you have given us very key notes regarding sexual abuse and domestic violence. Even in color, we choose that is feminine color. Thank you, sir, for your brilliant deliverance. I also thank our participants like Dr. Sabita Tripathi. Thank you, ma'am. You have participated actively and gave also answers of our questions. We are very much thankful to all our participants, and we have eminent personalities like Dr. Umesh Batra, Professor Chitaranjan Mishra, and many others. And I also thank Dr. Manas Kumar Naik, our convener, who has arranged such a webinar very nicely. Thank you, Manas. And I also thank our co-convener, Professor Saroj Kanta Naik, and our faculty member, Amyo Kumar Das, and all our college, all our colleagues in our college for their cooperation and active participation. So with all these things, I want to have a full stop. And before giving my full stop, I also thank Dr. Binayak Pradhan, Principal, Iowa College, +2 Iowa College, Kendrapada, for his active cooperation, and he is now present here. We are very much thankful to sir. So with all these things, I want to have a full stop of my thankful note.
Thank you, sir, for proposing a vote of thanks. Now, our inaugural session is over. Now we are going to start our first technical session. The flyer of this technical session I have already distributed to our participants. And also have sent the flyer and souvenir in our chat box to our participants. So all of you know how it will be running, but still I am telling that I like to request Professor Mahesh Kumar Des to chair the first technical session. Please, sir, you chair this session.
Yes.
And speak a few words about this technical session.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Manas Naik. So I would invite, there are, I think, 5 presenters in my technical session. And we will go straight to the presentations without wasting much time. So I would like to begin this session with this quotation from Sujata Bhatt. I quote her. She writes, "History is a broken narrative. Pick a story and see where it will lead you. You take your language where you set it, or do you get your language where you take it?" So we are dealing with the context of language and our story and the treatment of history. So I'm sure that my co-presenters here in this session will have their own thoughts to express. So first I would invite uh, Mr. Ibrahim Hussain as the presenter. I would request
Yes, sir.
all presenters to stick to your timing. We have set, I think, 7 minutes for your presentation. So you can just touch upon main points and express your, give your ideas and try to wind up in maximum 8 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes, so that we can keep to the timing. Okay. So please, Mr. Ibrahim Hussain.
Muhammad Ibrahim, sir, please,
Yes,
sir.
yes,
Yes, sir.
yes, respected chairperson, organizers, and my fellow participants. I'm going to read out my papers on sex education awareness in India, a brief discussion in social context of India. Men and women are just like the two wheels of a chariot. They are equal in importance and they should work together in life. The one is not superior to other. Access to education has been one of the most pressing demands of this women's rights movement in India. It is the Indian culture to respect every woman in terms or in relations of mother, sister, wife, and mother-in-law, etc. It is also the Indian religious belief to worship various women deities in the name of Mother Kali, Mother Mahamaya, Mother Kamakha, Mother Durga, Jagadhatri, Parvati, Lakshmi, Radha, Mother Kali, Mother Mahamaya, Uma, Sita, Ganga, and Jamuna, etc. Respect towards women in the Indian society have also praised by some Western women groups. An Indian religious belief subscribes teaching and learning for both men and women in their way of social living. All religions have prepared broad-based guidelines for both men and women in their social life, with teaching of equal rights for both men and women. It is also Indian religious context, women have given due status in accordance with male deities since past time. In Indian religious context, women are permitted to attend in religious places. But it is to be found that after passing the times, women are facing acute difficult condition and disrespect in many ways of living in the society. The problem of various violence against women in the form of cruelty, rape, and murder, dowry, feticide, and child marriage bears difficult for women life. Women have created as weaker section in the society. The Indian newspapers every day carry out news of some incidents where a young girl raped and murdered, and a married woman has been murdered by her husband or in-laws because her parents could not satisfy their lust for dowry, or where a married woman has forced to commit suicide because of the act of cruelty and violence perpetrated to her. On the other hand, some young girls are also found to raped and murdered in helpless condition. Article 21 of the Constitution of India has no meaning for security to girls. India amended its penal code and code of criminal procedure and evidence act to provide protection to girls and women against what may be called crimes against her personality. The unequal status of women being offensive to human dignity and also violation of human rights has emerged as a fundamental crisis in human development. Despite the fact that Indian mythology places women on a very high pedestal, deterioration in their glorious status suffered a socio-cultural setback, resulting in loss of their freedom and decline in their personality. The Indian Constitution gives equality status and opportunity to women. Other social problems are AIDS and child marriage, which are also the problems of the society of India. So, eradicate such problems related to girls and women, proper sex education and good awareness in this regard can play a positive role for the prestigious Indian society. However, sex education in India is not supported by some group of people, but supported awareness in this regard. Issues needs of awareness in India for the study. More than 4 million people are submitted to be infected with HIV in India, the highest proportion of any country in the world. Slightly more than one half of is men and almost one half are women. The premarital sex has risen in India and a large proportion of it is unprotected. Additionally, married men often engage in risky behavior by having unprotected sex with multiple partners, which can include commercial sex workers. Finally, the cultural patriarchal structure in India makes it difficult for women will be able to ensure that their husbands are monogamous. This makes young Indians vulnerable to teenage pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases. Studies have found that lower educated groups such as truck drivers are especially vulnerable in such mistakes due to lack of knowledge and prevalence of misconceptions. In some areas of India, many young men and women are delaying their marriage to pursue their careers as a result of rising education levels. However, most Indian households are conservative and prohibit discussion about sex. In rural areas and urban slums, girls are often married early and they do not go into equipped with any knowledge of sex and created problems for the society after the marriage. Child marriage, the disastrous effects of child marriage persuaded social reformers to restrain it by legislation. According to Civil Marriage Act, the minimum age of a girl fixed at 18 years. While the practice of child marriage was made a penal offense for parents or those performing, conducting, or directing it, and for adult bridegroom. The validity of such marriage was untouched. The Special Marriage Act 1954 fixes at 21 18 for male and female respectively. But in all the personal laws, a lawyer is prescribed for girls and it is below 18 in all of them. It is hardly necessary to argue in case against child marriage. It may be pointed out that the Suicide Inquiry Committee of Gujarat State Government reported that child marriage is one of the significant factors leading to the high incidence of suicide among young married women. Increasing the age of marriage to 18 is desirable because until then, a girl is not physically and mentally matured for the responsibility of parenthood. The Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006 came into force on November 2007 in India. In October 2017, Supreme Court of India gave a landmark judgment criminalizing sex with a child bride, hence removing an exception in India's criminal jurisprudence, which had until then accorded legal protection to men who raped their minor wives. The child marriage has been an issue in India for a long time. Because of its root in traditional culture and religious protections, it has been the hard battle to fight. According to 2001 census, there are 1.5 million of girls in India under the age of 15 years already married. Some of the harmful consequences of such child marriage are that child loses opportunities for education and segregation from family and friends, sexual exploitation, early pregnancy, and health risks. Child more vulnerable to domestic violence, higher infant mortality rate, low weight babies, premature birth, etc. This new act is armed with enabling provision to prohibit the for child marriage, protect and provide relief to victims, and enhance punishments for those who abet, promote, or solemnize such marriage. This act also calls appointment of marriage prohibition officer for whole or a part of a state or by the state government. But it is found that in various society of India, child marriage is found rampant and some organizations are still fighting to stop it. Dowry system, a social stigma. The occurrence of dowry, a grave social problem in India. Surveying the literature, one finds that most writers about dowry pursue their own larger and specific agenda at the same time, and thus actually devotee less attention to remedies for dowry violence than one would hope in essence. Most writings use dowry in at least three senses. The first is presents, jewelry, household goods, and other property taken by the bride to her new home or given to her during the marriage rituals. There are items to be used by her or by the couple as a sort of foundation. A second form of dowry may be constituted by hot families, particularly the bride's family, conspicuously consume on the occasion of the marriage celebration. The third type of dowry, the really problematic aspect of the phenomenon, is dowry is as property expected or even demanded by the husband, more often by his family, either as a condition for the marriage itself or at a later stage. Then sexual violence, the problems of sexual violence against women in the form of rape and dowry are to be booked from a wide perspective of unequal status of women in the Indian society. Sexual violence are the most brutal form of expression against not only the
Sorry,
person of a woman,
Sorry, sir, to interfere. Sir, please wind up. Actually, we are running out of time.
but against the entire society. Rape or murder after rape is a humiliating and the most shocking at the crimes against human conscience and morality. This crime occupies a significant place in the penal status of every country. The laws relating to sexual offences do not have adequate provision for the protection of the family of victims. However, the crimes against women in the form of rape, dowry, suicide, child marriage are to be looked from a wide perspective of unequal status of women in the Indian society. The solution also will have to be worked out accordingly. Merely passing simple act and law will not eradicate of such crime. Stringent act and law should be enacted to stop such heinous crimes against girls and women. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So before Bhash sir's intervention, I would like to request all the participants, those who are going to present the paper, please, sir, follow the time limit because we are running out of time and we are having 2 sessions. So please, now I think, so Bhash sir, you can ask, you can invite the next paper presenter.
Yes. Now I would like to invite Professor Hussain, please unmute yourself. And I would like to invite Dr. Ajit Kulu from the Department of English, Sambalpur University, and a fellow colleague and my younger brother. So he would be introducing his topic and talk. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I will straight away go to the paper. We don't have much time, but I must thank you for the opportunity. And my paper is titled Adivasi Woman in Jacinta Kerketa's Poetry. In this paper, I intend to present to you a tribal worldviews as presented by an Adivasi woman poet, Jacinta Kerketa. Jacinta Kerketa was born in 1983 in Kutpos village of Manoharpur block, which is adjacent to Saranda Jungle in West Singhbum district of Jharkhand. Her first anthology of poems, Angor, was brought out by Adi Vani Publications, Kolkata in 2016. It was in bilingual mode with English translations alongside the Hindi original. It immediately received critical acclaim both from the readers and critics. Her second anthology, Land of the Roots, published by Bharatiya Gyanpith in 2018, brought her wider recognition. Her poems are featured in the reputed literary magazines of the country, which includes Parichay, Pahal, Naya Gyanoday, Yudhrat, Aam Aadmi, and Sukravar. Her poems have also been published in anthologies such as Retpat, Shaddal, Samandar Mein Suraj, Kalam Ko Teer Hone Do, Mati, and so on. A journalist and social activist by profession, Jacinta Kerketa has a number of feathers to her cap, both for her journalistic and literary contributions. She won Indigenous Voice of Asia Award in 2014. There are a number of other awards, but I would not like to mention them at this juncture. So this paper could be looked at as an introduction to the emerging Adivasi or tribal literature, also an attempt to present the Adivasi worldview as presented by an Adivasi woman poet. When woman and art have an inexplicable bond. In the pre-literate world, more than men, it was women who were the repositories of the traditional knowledge and folklore. But unfortunately, women in general have a liminal space in literature, that's the written text all over the world. In ancient Greek traditions, they got projected as mere sexual objects whose existence caused destruction and deaths to men. Medieval literature, though candidly talked of women, their ideal was the Blessed Virgin Mary, the mother of Jesus. The women of that age were painted as either divine or evil. The 16th and 17th century literature continued with men at the center. The 19th century literature redefined the place of women in literature. And actually, the 20th century witnessed a number of women participating in literary activities. And thereafter, new discourses in women's studies emerged. The participation of Indian women in literature was mostly a result of modern education provided to them in the late 19th and 20th centuries.
Sir, just a minute, sir. Actually, sir, your voice is not properly audible. You are speaking in a very low voice. So
Is
speak
so?
loudly. Yes.
Okay. Is it all right now? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So the participation of Indian women in literature was mostly a result of modern education provided to them in the late 19th and 20th centuries. Today, their presence in Indian literature is more than ever. They have redefined womanhood through their creations. The number of women writers in recent days has increased substantially, and so has the number of women characters. Today, we have more Indian women who have reputation and reckoning in Indian literature than men. Earlier, when it comes to the portrayal of women, they were always talked of as Sita, Savitri, and Draupadi, or Shakuntala, or Supankha, Manthara, or Kaikeyi, or Putna, or Holika. But today, women through their writings have called for re-examinations not only of the literary works, but also of our mythologies and scriptures. When we reflect on the Indian tribal literary practices in oral traditions, we find that they hardly got recognition or acknowledgement while being referred to by mainstream writers. Tribal history and literature have been hardly subject matter of our traditions. Tribals have always remained the other in the society. They have been seen as beasts fit only to be domesticated. There are a number of organizations, governmental and others, who have taken upon themselves the task of civilizing the tribals throughout the world. They consider themselves to be angels of development and saviors of the Adivasis. Tribals, in a number of cases, allow themselves to be molded, shaped, and civilized by the ways propagated by the so called prophets of civilization. They give in to the ways of civilizations which are nothing more than cultural, moral, and political colonization of their world, as if it is their responsibility, like the white man's burden. The so-called civilized lot always make attempt to recruit them to their ways of life. Elwin Verrier is seen as a champion of the tribal causes because he lived among the Gonds and married a tribal woman, Kosi, and another woman, Leela, according to the tradition of the place. He converted to Hinduism and began to live among the tribal people in attempt to become one of them. He became a hero, a rescuer of the tribes, a role most tribal intellectuals would not appreciate today. Tribals have been always exoticized, either demonized or glorified or made to conform to the mainstream. There are a number of writers who voice tribal concerns. They appear quite sound but come from outside the tribal communities. Maheswata Devi is one important voice we hear on the tribals. Her Draupadi and Daulati are memorable creations on tribals. Noted writers like Kamla Markande, Geeta Mehta, Indra Goswami are some of the important writers who have raised their concerns about the tribal issues in their narratives. But the larger canvas of the Indian literature has only a little tribal color on it, and the presence of women on them is as good as nothing in comparison to women from the mainstream. Their presence in Indian literature has been overshadowed by the presence of their counterparts in the mainstream. Unfortunately, the women had been mostly portrayed as helpless creatures deserving pity and sympathy in all kinds of literature. The tribal woman is portrayed worse than that. The two famous tribal queens of India, Roopmati of Mandu in Madhya Pradesh and Mrig Nayani of Gwalior, are the prime examples of how a woman needs the benign grace of men to be well placed in life. They need the voice of men or others to be heard. Can't the woman, be it tribal or others, speak for themselves? Then, where are the tribal women in Indian literature? How well have they been spoken of by their own men and other men and women? What is the place accorded to them in literature and other mainstream discourses? Questions such as these are rather polemic, and definitive answers are least expected. India began to acknowledge the presence and practices of tribal literature mostly after tribals got educated and started to write about themselves in the tribal languages as well as in the languages from the mainstream. If the history of tribal writings in India can be dissected well, it can be traced to British India. It was rather sporadic in the post independence period. It became visible after the problems of developments and displacement hit them hard. It all started with literature of protest. All literatures from the tribal world were seen as the slogans of Jal, Jungle, and Jameen. Rightly so, because that's how it all started. Tribal literature got organized in the 80s and consolidated its position in the 90s. The tribals have been writing for a long time now, but when it comes to tribal women, be it as writers or characters in literature, there had been only a few. But the fact is, there are a number of tribal women who are writing, but they have not received the attention they deserve. Here, a question crosses our minds: who are the tribal women writers we should be talking about? We have neither read them or come across anything about them. We haven't read them because our prominent publishing houses have never published them. Our news reports have never given them enough slots. We are used to tribal women characters, which are mostly portrayed, which are used to portray the backwardness and primitiveness of the society. Half naked and breastfeeding tribal women are advertising materials in our art and literature. We can't expect them to be portrayed very objectively because women, as such, have been provided with minimal space in literature. They
Ajit,
are mere objects of glamour.
please come to the poet. Come to the poet.
Yes, yes. Okay, so I'm coming to the point. Yes, fine, sir. I'm coming to the point. Jacinta Kirketa is one voice which has uh, Jacinta Kirketa is one tribal voice in the recent year has traveled places, and her two books, Angor, which means ember, and the other one, Land of the Roots, has been translated, as I told in the beginning, that they are bilingual publications. But interestingly, now these two books have been translated into three other foreign languages: Italian, French, and German. So that's how her fame has crossed the Indian borders and reached to other places. Uh, Her voice is that of a woman who sees her world crumbling down due to the invasion of the forces aligned to it. I would like to read a few of her poems, a few lines of her poems. Her seven-line titular poem of the collection reads, Angor, the ember. In cities, a piece of coal burns, and then is reduced to ash and cinders. In villages, an ember goes from one stove to the other, and a fire in every household kindles. Her poetry is all about opposition to repression and abuse of life and nature. Life of the feebler section of society, like the tribals, Adivasis, Dalits, and women, always face discrimination and exploitation at the hands of the powerful. So does the nature. Her poems very effectively express the pain, anguish, and anger of the indigenous tribal society. She is a poet who carries the baggage of her identity of being a tribal woman. She empathetically endeavors to comprehend the realm of Adivasi life, particularly the plight of the women. There is a difference between the tribal world and the other world. Also, the position of women as narrator or a poet is also unique despite the similarities they have. She says, there will always be a slight difference between a tribal poet and other woman poet. The society I am from is very different from the ones inhabited by other women poets. Her second book, Land of the Roots, published in 2018, again in similar fashion in bilingual mode, she talks of the presence of a man in a woman and a woman in a man. And I would like to read this a small poem, Half Woman. That's the title of the poem. When a half man within me fights for the rights of the woman inside me, the half woman inside you elbows the man aside within you and comes forward to stand by me. So powerful lines. The relationship between man and woman has never been on the same equation. Their relationship has been like that of man and nature, like the city and the village, like agriculture and the industries, like the natural jungle and the concrete jungle. She talks about the unique identity of the woman. In her opinion, Adivasi woman's space spreads over to the nature and the surrounding. She says that this woman is capable of resurgence and survival against all adversities. She, like nature, always finds ways to survive and grow in meaningful and productive ways. And I would like to quote from one of our interviews. Nature has its own laws. It treats everyone equally, gives freedom, and also codifies natural justice. It gives an equal share of light, sunshine, and rain to each individual. The struggle begins when an individual tries to grab the share of other individuals. I strongly believe in the ways of natural justice. That's how she equates
Sorry to
Adivasi
interfere.
woman with Adivasi woman with nature. Yes.
Sir, please wind up. Actually, we're running out of time.
Okay, fine, sir. I'll just read the last paragraph and wind up the concluding part. Poetry is the language of women as well as of the Adivasi society. That's the language of the downtrodden. Uh, that's the only voice that can be heard. Poetry is the only voice that can be heard. The voice of Adivasi, especially the women, was inaudible in the Indian mainstream language and literature. They had a negligible presence in ancient written accounts, but now they are ready to respond to the world. She is well aware of the fact that her writing or the literature coming from the Adivasi world is going to be derided, which is going to be turned as publicity stunt. But the encouraging factor is that at the moment, that's not the fate of her books. They have been received well uh, by the Indian readers and readers beyond India's frontiers. Thank you.
Thanks, Ajit, for your brief presentation and keeping to the time. We are constrained by that, you know.
Sir, I do understand, sir.
So now I would invite Mrs. C. Susila. Is she present?
Yes, yes. I'm online.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Please
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. So let me go to the that is paper. So my title is Marriage as an Instrument of Oppression, a study of Girish Karnad's Nagamandala. So since time immemorial, women had long been subordinated and accorded a secondary status. A woman is never considered an autonomous being. The famous French feminist Simone de Beauvoir has stated in this in her.
Ma'am, please on your video, ma'am. Actually, your video is off. Please on your video.
Yeah, I have on. Just a minute. I'll do it, sir. I have switched on it as I am reading my paper from my mobile. I think it has switched off.
Yes, ma'am. No, it's okay. It's fine now.
Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's fine, ma'am. Now it's okay.
Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, let me read. So my title is Marriage as an Instrument of Oppression, a study of Girish Karnad's Nagamandala. So since time immemorial, women had long been subordinated and accorded a secondary status. A woman is never considered an autonomous being. So the famous French feminist Simone de Beauvoir has stated in this in her seminal work, The Second Sex, as follows: humanity is male, and man defines woman not in herself, but in relation to himself. She is not considered an autonomous being. She is nothing other than what the man decides. For him, she is sex. She is determined and differentiated in relation to man, while he is not in relation to her. She is the inessential in front of the essential. He is the subject, he is the absolute, and she is the other. I unquote. So, as she also stated that a woman is not born but made. So the so-called inferior status or secondary status of women has not been chosen by them, but was forced upon by them, but has been forced upon them by the society and is common across the globe, irrespective of nations and cultures. So the Indian social order, which was predominantly patriarchal, has long dominated women, and a number of evidences are available to prove that women were not allowed to act independently. A woman is never always under the control of some man throughout her life. For example, before her marriage, she is under the control of her father, and after her marriage, she is under the control of her husband, and after her husband's death, she is under the control of her children. So this is famously stated by Manusmriti, the laws of Manu, which is expressed as follows. I'm reading the verses. So in a childhood, a female must be subject to her father, in youth to her husband, when her lord is dead to her sons. A woman must never be independent. So this is the fifth verse, 148th line from Manusmriti. So day and night, women must be kept in dependence by the males of their families. A woman is never fit for independence. So this is the ninth verse. So her father protects her in her childhood, her husband protects her in youth, and her sons protect her in old age. Women is never fit for independence. So this is another quote from Manusmriti. So in the past, we also have evidences of women dying in the funeral fires of their husbands. So this notorious practice was called sati, which compelled women to end their life as soon as their husband's death. So on the other hand, the women who continued their life after the husband's death, they undergo more suffering than the women who died in the funeral fires. So it should also be mentioned here that women could not access the space freely as men can do. So they were confined in a domestic space, and men are allowed to move into public places freely. So this confinement of women within the home denied many prosperous possibilities for them. So they could not get education, and consequently they were made to depend on their husbands or fathers economically. So though in history we have seen evidences of women scholars and
Hello,
writers.
ma'am.
Yes.
Please come to your text.
Yes, yes.
Background
So
you can skip. Background
yes,
you can skip. Come to your text.
yes. So I am yes, sir. So the pressing paper analyzes Girish Karnad's Nagamandala from this point of view, where the female protagonist Rani suffers in her marital life. So Nagamandala was written by Girish Karnad based on the two oral tales heard from his professor A.K. Ramanujan. So thus it is a mixture of folktale and myth. So this drama employs a plot within a plot in which the readers, that is, our audience, are revealed to the story of female protagonist Rani, who is suffered by her husband. So Rani enters into her marital life with Apana with lots of dreams and imagination, but on the contrary, she was disappointed that Apana has an extramarital relationship with another woman. So he never considers Rani as his wife. So he locks his wife in the house and left for his mistress' home and comes to his only for the lunch. So Rani is shattered by the neglectful behavior of the husband. So the only option was available for her is to cry and lament alone about her pitiful situation. So during the time she was given a powerful herb which has the which powerful herb which has the power to fall in love with the person who serves that. So Girish Karnad has carefully chosen the names for his characters. The name Rani means a queen, which is ironical here that only for namesake and in scriptures women are praised as queens or goddesses, but in reality they are beaten to the beaten every day. So we can see evidences in daily newspapers and news channels about this. So Rani's husband name is Appanna, which may refer to any man. So by doing this, the playwright wanted to emphasize the universality of men's and women's situation in Indian social order, especially in marital life. So from the beginning to the end, the play favors the male characters and women were dependent on them. So it is a perfect representation of patriarchy. So the Encyclopedia of Social Sciences defines patriarchy as follows. So it is a social structural phenomenon in which males have the privilege of dominance over females, both visibly and subliminally. So this can be seen in the values, attitudes, customs, expectations, and institutions of the society, and is maintained through the process of socialization. So when Rani was married to Aparna, her parents never asked her consent about the marriage. They chose the bride based on his economy, but in reality, he is not a fit. Aparna is not a man suited for a girl like innocent girl like Rani. So her parents, Aparna takes her to the village, and she enters into the life with full of dreams. So, but he always speaks to her with a syllable. That is like, I'll be back tomorrow at noon. Keep my lunch ready. I shall eat and go. So these are some of the words that Aparna talks to Rani. So he's neither paid any attention to her nor told her anything about, but left her alone in the home. So Rani is perplexed to see this, and she's locked outside. So she's shocked to realizes the reality, and she's scared alone in her new home throughout the night, and she wants to go back to their parents' home. So in desperation, she imagines herself talking to an eagle and falls asleep. So this eagle symbolizes the freedom, and this can be interpreted that she really wants to be free and independent, but in reality she cannot do anything. She only can imagine and cry about her pitiful situation. So when she tells this to Apanna, that her husband, he just tells that abruptly, telling that, look, I don't like idle chatter, do as you are told, you understand? So in a threatening tone, which clearly portrays the patriarchal and chauvinistic attitude of Apanna as a man. So this happens to be an everyday routine. So that is, Rani is cooking for her husband every day. So he comes at noon and he had his meals and he leaves the home. He locks her inside the home. So she cannot question the situation. As a woman, she has been asked to do what as her husband dictates. So the motto of Kapanna is explained in the drama by the conversation between Kapanna and Kruduva, a blind woman who happens to be Apanna's mother friend. So Kapanna tells that it means that he doesn't want to talk to his wife. So Rani explains her situation to Kuruduva, and Apna locks her inside since the day she came and just speak to her only a syllable, do this or do that or serve the food. She also tells Kuruduva that it is the first time she is talking to people since she came here. So her dreams of happy marital life were shaken by her husband. So because speaking about female sexuality is considered as a taboo in Indian society, and Rani is not an exception to this. Her sexual desires were not even considered by her husband. And after learning the truth, Kuruduva offers a herbal root, and advises her to grind it and mix it in the paste. Mixes in the food that she is preparing for Apanna. So we can
please
see.
wind up. We are running out of time, ma'am.
Yes. So, though the story has a different ending I just want to focus this text as a patriarchy, representation of patriarchy, where Rani is just an innocent wife, and she cannot do anything about her useless situation. When she finds herself pregnant, everybody accuses her, even the villagers and her husband Appanna. Everybody accuses her as of adultery, but she proves her innocence by taking a trial on the cobra, and but it is ironical here that after the trial, everybody praises Rani as a goddess, and she is the incarnation of God herself. So they advised Appanna to lead a happy life with her. So this I just interpret this text as a perfect representation of patriarchy. Yes, I'll wind up this. So this is this is the situation experienced by most of the women in India in their marital life, though they are not able to do anything about that. Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm winding up.
Thanks, ma'am.
Yes.
Now I would invite the next speaker, Professor Salomon Kumar. Please start your presentation, please. Please try to wind up in 10 minutes.
Sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir? Hello.
Sir, you're audible, sir. You're clearly audible, sir.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. And I want to express my special thanks to Dr. Banas Kumar Nayak, the convener of the national webinar. And at the same time, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of the webinar. And I also express my gratitude to all the participants, all the co-paper presenters. I am very much thankful that...
Solomon, please go to your topic.
Yes, sir.
Don't waste time. We have only 8 minutes.
Oh, sir. Yes, sir. I am very much thankful that I have been given this opportunity to present my paper in this webinar. Now, I'm going straight to my topic. The topic I have chosen is Mahasweta Devi's Mother of 1084, a feminist reading. The novel Mother of 1084 first appeared in 1973 in the Bengali periodical Prasad. It was written at the backdrop of the climactic phase of the Naxalite movement of 1970s. The novel portrays a single day in the life of the central character Sujata Chatterjee, the mother of comes number 1084, her son Brati. The day is coincidentally the birthday of Brati, on which Sujata sets out to explore the life of Brati by associating with the people related to him. Sujata Chatterjee belongs to a rich and orthodox family. She is a graduate from Loreto College, Calcutta, but then her graduation is perceived as a preparation for her marriage. She gets married to Divyanath, who belongs to a well-known family. The personal life of Sujata as a mother and as a housewife is completely without any conquered. As a mother, she was disrespected by her children. Her daughter truly behaved with her in a very resentful and disgruntled manner. What I mean to say that she was not liked by the members of the family, her family. Even she disliked her daughter disliked her mother joining office. For her, when the mother insisted on staying out of the house 10 hours stay, the daughter had to look after everything. If I don't, then who will do it? They be 24. Sujata had no choices of her own. As long as her mother-in-law was alive, she had no rights to buy a sari of her own choice. This was the condition for even an independent working woman, since she was denied everything, but for whatever she has and does should be nothing but to please her husband. The mother-in-law, functioning in the novel as a staunch patriarch, suppressed the free will and desires of Sujata. The novelist presents Sujata as an object of male satisfaction and a machine for childbirth. The husband never takes care of her, but then makes sure that she is fit enough to bear another child. All her protests against patriarchy have failed, and ultimately she submits herself before him. For her, loyalty and integrity towards her husband have been rewarded with the adulterous nature of the husband. So far as women independence and empowerment are concerned, the new woman movement had though gained momentum by 1975, but yet women's education and all their pursuits were only meant for the happiness of their husbands and in-laws. They and all their talents, creativity, and desires were completely subject to male dominance. Sujata is initially a political mother who becomes socially and politically conscious only after the death of her son. She is the only one in the family who suffers from grief of her child's death. In the meanwhile, the family members' intention to hide Brati's death is solely due to their bourgeois family name. Previously, she felt that she was unable to understand her son's vision and thus felt his mother. But later, Sujata tried to understand the cause behind her son's death, the meritocratic patriarchy and its politics, which eventually proves her motherly love for her son. Moreover, it is only the courage of a mother which enables her to initiate in communication with the people of the society. Like Somu, who is Brati's friend, and like Samu's mother, Samu is Brati's friend, and Nandini. Before Brati's death, she calmed herself like a sacrificial animal that is ready to accept whatever her life has for her. Brati's death brings about a radical change in her character and thinking. She is changed into a morally insistent, politically progressive, and socially defiant individual. The whole novel centers on Sujata, the mother of Cops 1084. So far as domestic violence is concerned, we find the indifference of other family members, especially her husband Divyanath, towards Sujata. 2 years ago, it was 17th of January, Brati's birthday. On that day, Sujata got the news that Brati was dead. The mother who was preparing for her son's birthday was stunned to hear the news of his death. In this state of shock, her husband Divyanath did not allow her to take his cut to Kandapura, Kandakapura to collect her son's dead body. Because if people came to know about this, then it would be a matter of great shame for him. Sujata rejected her husband in her heart the moment he prioritized his own security and male authority over his deceased son. As the lines from the text read, that day with Brati's death, Brati's father had also died for Sujata. The way he had behaved that day, that moment had shattered numberless illusions for her. It had burst upon her with explosive force. He never knew that he did not exist for Sujata from that day when he had placed his own position in his security before the death. This action of Divanath is just one example of being a cold-blooded, corrupt person belonging to this sophisticated society. There are many such instances from which we could know the indifference and insensitive attitude of Divanath towards Sujata. At the time of Brati's birth, Sujata went alone to hospital. She told the doctor that she was not expecting her husband's presence. This is not for the first time that Sujata had gone alone to hospital. Earlier, even in the case of other two children, Devanath had not accompanied her. This depicts a typical masculine framework where women trust men for everything, but men turn out to be double dealers. In this regard, P. Harini in her article writes, the two classes of characters that have dominated Mahasweta Devi's stories novel in the 70s are the mothers bearing the brunt of social and political oppression and enduring and resisting
Sorry
it
to
with.
interfere. So please wind up. Actually, it is already 10 minutes and we have to go for it. Running out of time, sir. Please, sir.
Okay, okay. I would like to wind up in a few minutes. Then Nandini, another female figure, through which we come to know about that when Sujata explores the past life and coterie of Brati, his ideologies and the indifferences that prevail in the society. So, Nandini is very much a reliable character so far as Sujata is concerned. Sujata knows everything from Nandini about her son's death. Then here I can quote W.H. Auden's The Unknown Citizen. I can quote this poem.
Please conclude. Hello,
This
Professor Salman Kumar.
Hello.
Please conclude.
Yes, sir.
Please conclude. Don't quote now. Please conclude.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So the novel is an insightful exploration of the complex relationship between the personal and political. It evokes revokes and recreates the killings of the Naxalite and concentrates on the reactions of the cross sections of survivors, both for those who bear the scars and wounds of those horrible days. Sujata was initially blind about his Naxalite son's activities, but it is worth unlocking the knowledge of that Sujata gradually awakes to a new morning. She retires from her shadowy existence and starts getting vocal. Mahasweta Devi shows us a typical frame of society where women could resist the tortures of the society by dying. This sort of death is not always the physical death, but also the death of identity. Physical rape is primarily a visible expression of female abuse, but a mental and psychological rape is, though not visible, but a clearly recognizable oppression of abuse, both in the case of male and female. I therefore believe that Mahasweta Devi's fiction enables not only to observe and analyze the cultural practices, social institutions, identity formulations, and sexual roles, but it also presents how they operate in their space with different power dynamics. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Salman Kumar. So now I would invite the last but not the least participant, Dr. Jaydev Parida from Delhi. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Sir, and thank you, my childhood friend Dr. Nayak, and also the organizing team giving me this opportunity to speak something which is not related to my subject because I'm the odd one out in this particular conference. If you look at my bio and other things. Okay, before I go into the topic or talking about the topics, I like to quote the CEO of Facebook, Sarley Sandberg, what he says about women. He
Just a minute.
says,
You just speak loudly because the voice is not, coming, in a loud voice. It is very low.
okay, is it fine now, Mr. Dr. Naik?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I'd like to quote Sarli Sandberg. She used to say, "Until women are as ambitious as men, they are not going to achieve as much as men." Right. So this is something is very vital. What we're looking at 21st century women's right or feminist movement or anything. So this is related to technology, women, and violence. But I will come to this particular point when we'll conclude this particular topic. Let's have a retrospective analysis of how technology changes women's life and how commodification of a woman also started with the evolution of technological revolution. So if you give a retrospective view on that, so the first thing that comes to my mind, the law of technology, right? So if you're looking at the law of technology, it says that technology is neither good nor it's evil nor it's neutral. That means how we use this particular platform, it will give that particular result. So if you're looking at this particular point, so I would like to look into the World War One, right? That is something was after the first technological revolution, what we call the industrial revolution, and that is the end of World War One is the beginning of first feminist wave, right? And that is where we're looking at giving a rights or giving a recognition to women. That is something was immersed during that particular time, but that was not by what we call by choice, but rather it was something by coercion. The industry or the market or the political forces, right? The political economy had no other choice but to give a share to the women to look into the market and to make and to meet the demand of the market and the politics, right? So that is the main idea of looking at, if you're looking at the human progress or technological progress, how they are looking at women as an entity or commodification of the women started. So this is first instance where the commodification of women started at the end of First World War, with the where the your industrial revolution was at the peak. As we're looking, I think many of the scholars have already discussed about various wave of feminism, right? Various wave of feminism, various patterns of other things. So I just like to, I think the one of the speaker during inauguration, I think Dr. Priyanka Singh, she talked about the fourth wave of feminism. It started in 2010 and 2012, right? If you're looking at that particular timeline, it was something related to the third industrial revolution and also the beginning of fourth industrial revolution. So if you're looking at the third and fourth industrial revolution, is a time when data-enabled system or digital technology tried to embrace all other aspects, right? And this is something we have to look into as a new researcher, the researcher of 21st century. You have to look into how technology is going to change women behavior, or how women's participation in technological revolution is going to change the larger narrative, the mega narrative that we have as a society, as an entity. So this is the element that I like to bring up on over here. Then other thing is, if you're looking at how we should accommodate, either by having the political economic force or the market forces, right? So here you have a lot of examples how market forces are actually misusing this particular platform, rather giving a fake identity to the woman, right? For example, Fair and Lovely, which is now is Glow and Lovely, right? The commodification of women with the help of technology is growing exponentially day by day. So with the advent of digital revolution, what comes to my mind as a challenge, or what women are facing in 21st century or on the 2020, is first is the accessibility, right? So if you're looking at the various data, be it global level, be it national level, or be it regional level, there is huge mismatch the way men are accessing technology, the way female or women are accessing the technology. So the accessibility is another part, because if you're looking at be it UNESCO and other agencies, they have recognized the access to internet or technology is as a part of fundamental rights. So if you are not giving the access to the women, you are firsthand violating the core principle of human, right? That is something is very critical here that I just want to highlight. The second is the violence. So when we're talking about the violence, it has two dimensions. First, the domestic dimension, when we're not giving access to them, but we are using their videos, photos, and to trying to suppress them in domestic level. And looking at violence outside, when you are we are releasing revenge porn, or we are circulating your intimate scenes with your girlfriend when you are not able to marry them, where when a male, a patriarchal chauvinist male, not able to find enough place to satisfy the ego, try to sell those things or try to send those things in the digital platform to suppress the woman and suppress the thing. This is the second point. Third point is the misuse. The misuse is it includes other things. The cyber stalking. Normally, we never know. Most of the time, if you want to search someone, right, without knowing them, we used to go to Facebook and search their profile, or we used to go to WhatsApp to check their DP. We used to go to Insta to check their profile, what kind of photos they're having, what kind of affiliations they are having, right? So this is something also related to the misuse of part. We knowingly or unknowingly we're using the cyber stalking as an element of misuse, cyber stalking as an element to challenging the freedom of women. Then apart from cyber stalking, we have large scale cyber attacks, cyber crimes, which are mostly targeted to women, and or they found women as a soft target. If you look at the state of business at the hardline targets, like you have a lot of you can easily get money or strategic things, but look at women, you can easily able to sell those things in various platforms and generate a lot of money out of it. So women are soft targets in a digital or a technology driven world. And the next part that comes to my mind is the privacy, right? So when we're giving access to the technology, whether we are creating enough privacy standards, right? All the privacy standards is male dominated or female dominated. Or if you're looking at that, how many lawyers, like the female lawyers, they are having access or they're fighting for women privacy, right? And also what kind of laws that we are having, like post 2012, 2013, after the Nirvaya case, a lot of things are happening, be it workplace or any other things. But there are still many things are missing, because we have the laws, but we need women sensitization at the top level, at the middle level, at the bottom level. And the last point that I just want to highlight is the industrious part, right? So, and that is, this is also leads to my concluding part, that how industries can link up the gap between men and women and try to make this particular platform more comprehensive and adaptable to all other things. So looking at the industrious part, if you're looking at all industries, the first thing that comes to their mind, like whether they should go for a male employee or a female employee, right? So when they go for female employee, they have a certain criteria. May not be in the HR list, but it may be there in the back of the head, whether that lady or the female or the woman is married or unmarried. If married, where her husband is residing with her in the same society, same city, or outside. Or then you come to the next point, whether she is pregnant. If she is not pregnant, when she is going to pregnant. If she is going to pregnant, her priority is going to change. If her priority is going to change, she will not able to meet our industry demand, right? So apart from all these things, then comes to another point: what should we pay them? Should we pay them equally, or should not? We should not pay more, less as per the male employees, right? Apart from that, if you look at the industry, there's also another thing. Sometimes the industry has their backend in the state, like for India or Odisha. Sometimes they have outside the state or outside the country, and that's also another challenge to look into how this particular technology is challenging the thing. So looking at all these aspects that link to the last concluding point is the how commodification is happening in AI driven world order. In this particular time, if you're looking at the AI driven world, if male are sitting in the chair and coding the data, right, or using those information to create an AI enabled system, obviously they will create a male dominated idea in that particular system. And that is where the larger commodification or the violence is happening. So if you're looking at it is good to see that they are using a female name or a female robots to producing by a technology. But if you're looking at that particular aspect, you'll find out there is a male dominated mindset or a patriarchal mindset is behind that. So look at the Sophia, the AI-driven robot that was created, who can speak, who can interact with each other. It is a female, right? So a lot of industries, the toy industry is also revolving around this particular thing. It's also driven by this male oriented narrative. So this is the thing, and how we can going to, how as a state, as a researcher, or as a policymaker, how we should address such issues. First, we should need a robust understanding of law, right? And the law that is the top level, right? So in the law level, there should be larger sensitization. I think almost we are doing it, but still there are a lot of things that are not happening which need to be looked into. Apart from law, then we need to look into the awareness part through the help of NGOs, or through the help of self-help groups, to look to talk about the accessibility, to talk about their rights, to talk about the equality, to talk about the other things. Then coming back to the next point is, if we are talking about technology, how technology should be more neutral rather than good or evil. Right. So with this, I think we are already running out of time. I think already covered 15 minutes. So I like to conclude my points, and I'm open to question and answer. Over to you, Chair, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So you kept to the timing. Yes. So we are running late, and we are already, I think, half an hour late. 15 minutes that we started late, so we have to make up that. But now we had 5 presenters from different components. So we covered almost from sociological study to tribal study to Girish Karnad, and then to Maheshwata Devi, and then to technological interventions. So all the papers were interesting. Because we are late, but I think that I would congratulate all the presenters for their hard work and preparing the paper. And if some of you are having the questions, please put them in the chat box, and the organizer can send those questions to their email, and they can answer by email. I think that would be better, Manas. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
actually, yes, sir.
Are there any questions?
No, sir, there is not any question. But I want to ask one question to Dr. Parida. That's simply a suggestion that nowadays, as you know, cybercrime is increasing day by day. So, what does you think that in upcoming days that these cyber problems, the cyber crimes against women, it will be more dangerous than the practical in the real life? So what is more dangerous in upcoming time, in future generation, the cyber crime or the present scenario in our society? That's what I want to ask to Mr. Paida.
I think I have a one-line answer to that question. I think the culmination of both, right? Because the thing that is happening in the real world right now, it will have a transformation when we'll have large-scale technological interventions or technological penetration in different parts of the world or different parts of the society in India. So when technology start reaching out the last man or the last woman, Mahatma Gandhi used to say the last man, I will say the last woman. If the technology used to reach the last woman, that means the violence will also have its impact, its multifaceted impacts on society. But similarly, if the government or the society is able to create new laws around it, new regulations around it, I think we'll able to manage the destruction part, or we will may able to address the gap we have in judicial process and giving the justice to the victim and to the woman.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, I think if you want to say anything regarding this technical session, you can say, sir, please, or
Yes.
we'll go for next proceeding.
Yes, you can go for the next proceeding. I would conclude this way that so we have to make the citizens aware. If they are more educated, more learned, then this sexual violence or domestic violence will reduce or decrease. There are many factors as I enlisted in my presentation. So those factors are definitely to be there in our society. We have to deal with them in a very conscious and in a very sensible manner, so that the things will be sorted out. But women are empowered already; they have started the momentum, and very soon there will be a transformation in the society. So whether it is technological intervention or not, but there must be a better security system, and people have to be more considerate and less violent day by day. So thank you very much, Manas, giving me the opportunity to chair the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You're always welcome, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Vinayak Prasad Pradhan to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Manas Kumar Nayak.
Yes, Binayak, you can start now.
Yes, actually there is some technical error, so that's why.
Thank you, Dr. Naik, for giving me this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I think it's my privilege, it's my great honor to be a part and parcel of this national webinar. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to this Department of English, Pattamundai College, for organizing such a webinar and such, such debating and such challenging topic like domestic violence and sexual assault, with reference to that of literature and society. And coming to this session, technical session, I think we already do have a series of path-breaking deliberations with a plenty of polemics. I think almost all the presenters, they presented brilliantly, they touched upon some of the pertinent issues, some of the core concepts, which have significantly contributed to the understanding of the entire gamut of feminism, gynocratism, so on and so forth. So I'm very much indebted to all the presenters for accepting our invitation and delivering such erudite presentations. And especially, I think being personal is not acceptable on this particular digital platform. But I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. Parida, who used to be my junior, and it's really nice meeting him after a long time on this digital platform. So last but not the least, I would like to thank Aradhana Raut for her technical support and cooperation throughout the session. So thank you all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, bhai. Thank you, Manas.
And I would like to extend my ovations, my sincere thanks to Professor Mahesh Dey. He is also the son of the soil, and I'm very fortunate to meet him on this digital platform. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Herewith, we declare, with taking due permission from chairperson, I declare this technical session is over. Now we are going to start our second technical session. I would like to invite Dr. Umesh Patra, Assistant Professor, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Bihar, to chair this technical session. Please, sir.
Thank you, Manas. As academic sessions go, we are not very late. It was supposed to start at 1:15 and it is only 1:30. So only 15 minutes late. I think we can give everybody 10 minutes time. Is that okay, Manas?
Yes, okay. We can.
Let me just make some remarks and then we can proceed with the presentations. So let me give you two scenes related to aesthetic theory or reception theory. In one scene in the novel Sangati by the Dalit Tamil writer Bama, a husband beats his wife on the street in front of all the village onlookers, and nobody dares to intervene or save the wife. What kind of a rasa or what kind of an emotion will that scene create in case you saw that on a stage or in a movie? Perhaps it will create the rasa karuna rasa, pity. You will feel pity for the woman, and disgust, bibhatsa rasa, right? Now, let's take another scene from Fakir Mohan Senapati's short story, Patent Medicine, in which the woman beats her wife, her husband. And what kind of an emotion, what kind of a rasa will that create in your mind? Of course, I would assume that it would be a humorous instance, right? It will create hasya rasa. Now, why is it that two instances of similar nature, of one human being exploiting the other physically, why are they more likely to create two different kind of emotional responses from us? Why will we feel pity for the woman and humor for the exploitation of man? Now, it is very easy for us to say that domestic abuse and sexual violence are perpetuated by a binary system in which a woman is abused and a man is the perpetrator. This kind of an understanding gives more power to the man than is due. It makes actually the man powerful, right? It makes him a villain who is powerful to exude his physical prowess upon the woman. And we have to understand that we all are governed by what we consider today as heteronormativity or a compulsory heterosexuality. So, as a man, you have been also given one particular role, one particular task. You are also governed by the societal expectations. And as a woman, you are also governed by those societal expectations. And those societal expectations often clash with each other and they lead to violence. So, in a nutshell, in case we can find any solution from this particular webinar or any talk, any discourse on violence against any particular entity, then that would be this: the resistance to violence may only culminate, may only end violence. So, Bama, in her novel Sangiti, also provides a very simple solution. When the husband beats his wife on the street, the wife also starts beating her husband, and that perhaps leads to the liberation of that particular character. So there are two options. One is to acquiesce, let the violence continue, feel the sympathy of all the learned audience that yes, she is being bruised, she is being abused. And the second is to save yourself. So on that extremely simplistic note, let's start the presentation. So in case it is all right with you, Manas, then we can go to the next presentation
Yes.
by Ankita Swetaparna.
Yes, Ankita Sutapanna. I'd like to invite Ankita Sutapanna to present her paper, Research Scholar, Sambalpur University.
Thank you, sir. Revered resource persons, members of the organizing committee, and all my co-participants, I wish you all a very good afternoon. It is heartening to note that today's webinar provides a platform to discuss the nuances of sexual abuse and domestic violence in India. The title of my paper is The Ugly Face of Sexual Abuse in India, a study of Jayanta Mahapatra's poetry with particular reference to hunger. Since I am aware of the paucity of time, I would read out my paper and beg you all to have a patient hearing. The thrust of my paper is Poverty Allows Sexual Abuse to Perpetuate in India. According to United Nations Population Fund report, around 2/3 of married Indian women are victims of domestic violence, and as many as 70% of married women in India between the age of 15 and 49 are victims of beating, rape, or forced sex. A cursory glance at the headlines of a newspaper will not only attest but crystallize the idea further in the mind that the trauma of insecure life for women has become an everyday experience in India. There has been a phenomenal growth of science and technology here, but the country has seen no respite from the cancerous growth of sexual abuse and domestic violence. The senseless occurrences have forced sensitive people to turn pensive, made thinkers to twist and curl their minds to think of possible remedies for this ailment, and urged poets and essayists to portray the ugly face of sexual abuse and domestic violence in their writings with accentuated grief. However, the wound continues to grow and the pain perpetuates. Jayanta Mahapatra, a sensitive poet of the contemporary society, dissects the wound through his dexterous poetic craft, lays bare its stinking ugliness only to expose the vulnerability of women in the contemporary Indian society, crying ceaselessly without relief from incessant anguish and pain. Mahapatra is a versatile poet with a poetic skill that hinges on his poignant use of imagery and symbolism in his poetry. It is his mature understanding of life that gives his poetic vision a distinctiveness of its own. He combines history with myth, mundane with the heavenly, and physical with the metaphysical to communicate an experience that is complex and mystical, but never far fetched. Although Mahapatra's vision of life is one of decay and agony, instead of gloom pervading the entire atmosphere, there is often a sense of liberation from bondage. His colloquial voice lends strength and stamina to his poetic knife with which he operates on the malignant tumor of sexual abuse so deeply settled in the Indian society. His women are not patients etherized upon the table. Rather, they are innocent victims of a patriarchal society who look helplessly around with fear in their eyes and the voice of the dumb. Female figures are not many in Mahapatra's poems. The woman is not portrayed as a glamorous model, but exists merely as an individual without emotion and identity of her own. As Tashnath says, with the sole intention of exploring the relationship between man and woman, which is wrought with the exploitation of women in a male dominated society, he pictures the women as passionless tools who passively accept everything. They are victims and mere tools to satisfy the needs of men. Women do whatever the world will let them do. Sexual abuse has been presented by Mahapatra in his poem The Whore House and a Calcutta Street, where the woman is presented as a passive character who is no better than a mere money earning machine. Hunger and male exploitation have driven her into the flesh trade. She has nothing to say, hence, she remains silent and accepts her fate with stoic resignation. Hunger is Mahapatra's most poignant and highly evocative presentation of sexual abuse. It is here where the poet talks about the compulsions of life that snatch away vitality from a woman's life and turn her into a mere commodity. A close look into the poem will show us how, layer by layer, the poet takes out the outer covering of a fisherman's heart till it becomes a stone, devoid of all feelings, passions, and sensitivity. The speaker of the poem, the poetic persona, recapitulates his past experience and confesses that he found it hard to believe that the flesh, the desire for sexual pleasure, was heavy on his back. He was not a professional seeker of that pleasure who would constantly search for gratification of his desire. Then comes the fisherman who only speaks twice in the entire poem, once at the beginning and then again towards the end. Initially, he speaks 4 words only: Will you have her? And that too carelessly. The poet writes, It was hard to believe the flesh was heavy on my back. The fisherman said, Will you have her? Carelessly, trailing his nets and his nerves, as though his words sanctified the purpose with which he faced himself. I saw his white bone thrash his eyes. The 4 words, Will you have her, spoken by the fisherman, unravels the mysteries of a world where a father invites a stranger to have sex with his daughter who is alone at home. The poet seems to suggest that before uttering these words carelessly, the fisherman has already strangulated the father in him, and now his living skeleton speaks out of compulsion, the compulsion for food that he needs for his survival. What Mahapatra actually suggests is that poverty kills the conscience brutally. The sensitivity of one's mind disappears. The heart turns into a stone, and it is at such a point that a father can act as a broker and invite a stranger to his apparently desolate shack to gratify his unbridled desire for sex. The narrator of the poem continues to narrate his experience. I followed him across the sprawling sands, my mind thumping in the flesh sling. Hope lay perhaps in the burning the house I lived in. Silence gripped my sleeves. In the flickering dark, his lean-to opened like a wound. The poet Jayanta Mahapatra uses 3 distinct but highly evocative images: silence, dark, wound, to describe the pathetic condition of the world the fisherman lives in. Finally, in the last stanza comes the climatic moment, which also testifies what a kind of consummate artist Mahapatra is. I heard him say, "My daughter, she has just turned 15. Feel her. I will be back soon. Your bus leaves at night." The sky fell on me and a father's exhausted while. Long and lean, her ears were cold as rubber. She opened her wormy legs wide. I felt the hunger there. The other one, the fish slithering, turning inside. The narrator here heard the fisherman say, "My daughter, she has just turned 15," and the sentence continues without an end. What the fisherman wants to say is that she is my daughter, whom he had seen growing up right in front of his eyes, and she is at the prime of her youth, and yet he lays her before the narrator to feel her. The story has taken a full circle now. What begins as an invitation of a fisherman to a prospective consumer of sex has now turned into an invitation of a poor human father to another human being to see in his own eyes and feel with his own hands the true face of poverty. At the age of 15, the daughter was cold as rubber. Her legs her legs were like worms. I felt the hunger there, says the narrator. He came there to fulfill his sexual hunger, but what he witnesses is the terrible mental agony of a father who groans under the load of hunger and starvation, and the pathetic transformation of a teenager into a commodity of sex, devoid of identity, feelings, and expression. Analyzing the poem from the standpoint of sexual abuse, one may say that hunger is a very poignant portrayal of the vulnerability of Indian women in a society driven by economic inequalities and male chauvinism. Sexual abuse is a stark reality. On one side stands the predator who waits for an opportunity to pounce upon its kill to satisfy his hunger, and on the other side there lies the innocent victim of poverty and hunger, who has not only lost her identity as a woman, but has lost her voice as well. It is therefore profoundly ironic that Mahapatra in Hunger talks about a father who acts as a broker for his teenaged daughter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankita Satapanna, for presiding your presentation, and you are very beautifully present your paper, clear,
Thank you, sir.
audible, and everything is clear, perfect. So I would like to invite research scholar N. Suman Seli to present a paper. Suman, are you there?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'm highly grateful to the organizer and for giving this opportunity. I congratulate and convey my greetings to all the paper readers over there. And even I congratulate my co-paper writer, my beloved supervisor, Professor Savita Tripathi, who has co-authored this paper. And looking at everybody's presentations, I would like to say one thing that I have shortened this presentation actually, and I will just read out the introduction and then align a few arguments followed by the inference. So supposedly,
Actually, Suman, your voice is getting echo. So just manage your audio because it is getting echo.
is it audible now? Is it okay now?
Yes, yes, yes. Now it's okay.
Yes. So even though I believe that even though I encroach a couple of minutes, then I think the organizers will be considerate enough about it. So to begin with the presentation, the title of the paper is Fiction versus Fact, Representation of Women in Indian TV Serials, a Travesty of Reality. To begin with, society considers delineations or any kind of representations as establishments or formations. In this regard, Roland Barthes about the functionality and operations of language with in reference to myth says that they are deformations. Representation and use of stereotypes have been proved to be substantial and instrumental in the reinforcement of dominance and self superiority over the oppressed across the centuries. Delineation basically has been very important because of the fixed image and construct it has of the tyrannized and marginalized people occupying the lower seat in the seesaw of politics. So far as stereotypes in Homi Bhabha's The Location of Culture is concerned, it is, I quote, is a form of knowledge that vacillates between what is always in place, already known, and something that must be anxiously repeated. Unquote. Bhava, 1994. From here enters the responsibility and significance of mass media. It is impossible to accomplish the reiteration of beliefs and their dissemination. In this slide, mass media is the tool that promotes the circulation of information of huge number of recipients. Yet, one of the major aspects of such kind of an approach is the manner in which one reports on the events and objects and presents them. A detailed outline of the content and the form of messages that are publicly represented crystallizes the very idea that the media mediates and molds reality. The fact in order to subscribe to a particular parameter. Technological resonance and the expeditious advancement of the electronic media over the past few decades has enabled to be an omnipotent power that not only passes on information and opinions but has the absolute capability to create, recreate, or destruct certain beliefs. Delineation in media is apparently an extensive issue because the concepts of delineation and media are intricately intertwined. Thus, this paper would study one particular section of the electronic media in the Indian context, the contemporary TV serials, and their representation of women focused on the target audience, and ultimately blend the corresponding on-screen reality with the actual reality. Gustav Flaubert's reported encounter with the courtesan Kuchuk Hanum, which has been talked about in Edward Said, Orientalism, which says that, which projected the eroticized sexuality of Oriental women in Victorian pornographic novels. Western media, in this regard, has a lengthy chronicle exemplifying these doubly marginalized creatures, who were not only the colonized subjects to their masters, but also the cold shouldered marginalia in an authoritative patriarchal and societal framework. In fact, Simon de Beauvoir perceives women as the other to men, the identification of binary opposition in sexuality and womenness registers difference between groups of people, differences which are socio-culturally manipulated and transmitted in ways which cause one group to dominate the other. Further, the sexuality and womenness of these women, for that matter, women in general, are always situated within the contours of male constructed stereotypes. So far as the projection and appropriation of domesticated subalterns are concerned, they have been successfully and consistently attributed as the second sex. The popular Bangla magazine Shangshar Shukher Hoi Ramanir Gune. The bliss of the household rests in the hands of women is not merely a saying, but it is in fact an encapsulation of the whole idea of Indian familial framework where women occupies the central position by virtue of a liminality. It is quite ironical the manner TV serials in the name of feminism strongly uphold to and project the ideologies that woefully choke the track of further emancipation and socio-cultural upliftment. The idea of sexuality and womenness, with the nation proclaiming to march unitedly towards globalization and modernization, where the whole system, from the legislation to the judiciary, vow for the cause of women emancipation, it is bizarre to find, just a moment. Okay, I'm very sorry for this. Okay, it is bizarre to find the contemporary TV serials and soaps depicting women largely as models of expensive costume jewelry and Zardosi sari. Further, such are the cliches used: a wronged wife, an intimidating mother in law, bitter relationships between sister and sisters in law has similitude with a certain social reality. Nevertheless, these TV soaps fail to encapsulate and dispense justice to the changing ideologies of identity within the household. They remain thoroughly unsuccessful in circumscribing the career options that women today select. Rather, remain engrossed in age old notions which can never be straightened out. When I remember Doordarshan, these in golden days, it featured one of the interesting programs, Udan, that aired between 1989 and 1991. Having inspired by the real life story of Kanchan Chaudhary, the elder sister of Kavita Chaudhary, who is the director of the series, and after innumerable hurdles, managed to become the female director in general of police. Udan dealt with the issues of women's struggle for emancipation and her dream to become an IPS officer. This particular serial inspired a lot of female viewers of that time and instilled in them a new and bright ray of hope to back their dreams. It triggered within the female audience a strong desire for emancipation, tearing apart the shackles of patriarchy. It is only when the cable and satellite television loomed out began the disruption. The TV serials then stopped telecasting shows like this, which could have helped the upliftment of women. It switched to a new millennium, which attained outstanding success of the soaps involving family dramas such as Kasauti Zindagi Ke, Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, advocated by Ekta Kapoor. It is indeed her Balaji productions that transfigured Indian serials, which in the present time have displaced the camera lens from outside to the dark quintessence within the family household. Through the targeted domain's contraction, new revelations of hidden truth popped up. It proved to be a new realm solemnly meant for the society to concentrate on. Even though these serials achieved phenomenal success, yet they never annihilated the fact that their only target was family, economically privileged section of society where the main source of income is either inherited property or stockpiled through mega business. The women projected themselves belong to rich and aristocratic class, and they getting married to such families otherized these serials from a greater fact, a fact that transcended over the decades. Their concept of modern, having attributed the women character with their respective attire and enabling them with the access to technology, is just a facade. With their attempt to represent women with designer jewelries and saris is a complete fiasco because they fail to include the struggling middle class within their domain. Such kind of typifications and vilifications continued throughout the decade, with women ornamentally decked up and lighting up the screen and sensuously embellished vamps exercising their atrocious stratagem. A
Please
UNES
wind up.
yes, a UNESCO report described the common images of women in the media as glamorous kitten, the stained mother, the devious witch, the hard faced corporate and political climber. So, what I want to say is that I have taken two serials. I'll just take 5 minutes, sir. I have taken two serials. First is Valika Vadhu. Everybody must have watched it, which was aired between 2008 July to 2008 2016 July, long years, 22 45 episodes. And second is the serial Uttaran, which was later on telecasted from December 2008 to 16 January 2015. So these two serials actually project two kind of women, one who conforms to the societal norms and taboos, and such kind of women are respected and given prestige by the family as well as the society. In case of Balika Badhu, the heroine is Anandi and her Satan is Gauri and the hero is Jagdish. Three of this trio character, this triangle forms a very important segment of this particular serial, because Gauri has been always called as a home breaker, and Anandi, who is a very obedient Bahu, is always given respect and prestige. But it is only Jagdish who creates the conflict in the whole serial by not giving importance to his wife, ditching her and going and marrying another woman in the city and hiding his own identification. In the second serial also, there are two women characters. First is the heroine Icha and the Tapasya. So Tapasya is the alter ego of Icha, and Icha is a very soft-hearted and the servant's daughter of Tapasya's house. She belongs to an aristocrat family. So Tapasya Thakurain is the alter ego, and she is projected as a villainous character in this whole serial, and Icha is always a prey, but yet she gains the sympathy of the audience, because the kind of audience who watch these serials are women who are homemakers and they don't really have any job to do rather than to look at that, connect to that, compare themselves to that, and find their own spaces within that serials. So it is very obvious that a physical violence, physical abuse is clearly visible to the eyes. But when it comes to mental and psychological, this kind of abuse, so it is not really visible, but it is actually audible and clearly you can sense, you can feel it. That is why these production houses, they know how to capture the minds of the Indian women audience, and accordingly they channel these serials, and in the name of feminism, they only put out such things which are the dark sides of women, and they are portrayed as victims, and they are just not given any chance to rise above. And if they raise their voice, that's it. They are just cut off from the society. As very well, one of the presenter was saying that if the women hits the husband, she is just a vilified character. So exactly, I would like to say that I would like to read the final lines of my presentation and would like to conclude. The categorization of the contemptible Bahu, the interpolated Sas, and the homebreaker Baharwali must be stopped by the serials. Striding beyond these estranging binaries and an endeavor to delineate a reasonable and propitious image of real women today, with an effort to incorporate mental strength to overcome the stifles and fasten themselves with social mainstream, will enable them to march for the progress of the nation. It is only then can serials gain real significance in an actual social system, contributing the larger mechanism of nation building. Now, one question I was arise for readers: whom will you uplift? Either the villain or the heroine, because both are women and both are fighting for their own rights. They are basically not wrong, but they have been attributed with wrong characters. Therefore, such vows by the mass media and its manifestations, I want to mention with reference to feminism actually, will lead their agenda of upgrading the living condition of this socially subalternized section of the society to a green success. So let us all come out of this, and let us, just come out of this thought of getting confined to our spaces, because violence is both to men and to women, not only to women. For women, they play a victim card. For men, they don't really say. But psychological abuse and violence are in both cases. Thank you. Over to the convener.
Thank you, Suman, for a very nice and clear and very nice presentation. Basically, you focused on mental abuse which is very common these days. Really you presented very beautifully. So I'd like to invite our next participant. She will present her paper. Uh, Chandalekha Panda, research scholar, Sanpo University. Chandalekha, please present the paper. Please follow the time duration.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank for giving this opportunity, and I will directly come to my paper. Am I clear enough?
Yes, you are clear.
Yeah, the title of my paper is The Anonymous Sufferers of Contemporary India, Domestic Violence in Meena Kandasamy When I Hit You. The pandemic that started in early 2020 and which still continues to wreak havoc in our daily lives at a global scale has brought certain unpleasant issues under limelight. What underscores most of these issues is the notion of inequality, poverty, class differences, and gender inequality. A few weeks into lockdown, and we all have come across headlines such as domestic violence increases globally during lockdown. I quote, domestic violence complaints at a 10-year high during COVID-19 lockdown, unquote. The UN has described the worldwide increase in domestic abuse as a shadow pandemic alongside COVID-19. Meena Kandasamy's When I Hit You, or the portrait of a writer as a young wife, talk amongst this line: love, dreams, relationship, marriage, domestic violence, and marital rape. Published in the year 2017 and set in modern India, the novel gives a staggering account of the unnamed narrator's abuse in the hands of her unnamed husband. Based on the author's own experience of abusive marriage, the book explores the nuances of violence a woman faces in the hands of her husband: psychological manipulation, intellectual and physical cruelty, emotional exploitation, and cultural isolation. As the novel begins, we see a newly married narrator who is also an aspiring writer moving to Mangalore from her hometown Kerala with her husband who takes up teaching English literature in a university there. As time goes by, we see both settling into idyllic domestic life, the wife cooking, tending to house, writing when she can, and trying to find a job simultaneously, whereas the husband teaching during the day and doting self-styled communist, lecturing his wife at the night. The small new house is made a home. The cultural shock does not register with our narrator yet because she has her husband at her side who speaks the language that she is unfamiliar with. Then one fine day, as they sit in kitchen having coffee, the husband lights a matchstick and holds it under his elbow, burning himself in the process. On asking about the reason, he simply says, I quote, come off Facebook, unquote. And when asked, he explains, I am going to keep doing this until you see my point. Though there is no harm done to the woman physically, but behind the facade of upholding rules of communism to which the man allegedly belongs, this emotional blackmailing sets in motion a process which slowly but steadily limits the freedom of the woman and finally traps her in the small house over the course of their 4-month short marriage. The deactivating of Facebook curtails the narrator's freedom to work, who earned as a freelancer and in a new place, as she herself says, I quote, it is my only lifeline to the world outside, unquote. Along with her deactivated Facebook account, her only remaining professional link since moving to Mangalore was also gone. It was a medium through which she promoted her work and maintained her online presence, and which was important for her freelancing, which even her husband knew full well before forcefully deactivating her account, which was nothing but an act of career suicide. What follows next is the husband's demand, such as the narrator's password, so that he can completely trust her. 1 month into the marriage, and the narrator finds out that her husband has answered to some of her emails without her knowledge. This feels as an encroachment as she looks helplessly and thinks, I feel robbed of my identity. I am no longer myself if another person can so easily claim to be me, pretend to be me, and assume my whole life while we live under the same roof. To limit her independence, the first thing to go was her cell phone number, next was her cell phone, and finally her access to internet. With communication limited to only her parents and having her online freedom curtailed, she no longer could research for her topic or could send her work to her employer. This later aggravates as her job search is thwarted by her husband, and his frustration to gain complete control over her finally leads to brutal beatings and repeated rape to forcefully produce a child. The chain of events from a dreamy love affair to a shattered doll in a broken marriage emulates Luz Irigary's argument in her 1977 essay, Women on the Market, that a woman is not born a commodity, but rather she becomes one. The narrative of the book alternates between incidents from their domestic lives and telephonic conversations of the unnamed narrator with her parents. This is important because each incident is seen through the eyes of not only the protagonist of the novel, that is the narrator and her husband, but also through two other people, the parents who are living in Kerala. This opens up the text to various interpretations via different ideologies. The unnamed narrator is a woman, modern, educated, independent, a feminist to a certain extent in her understanding, and also someone who is trying to understand and participate in her husband's communist ideas and help him in whatever way she can. The husband is a self proclaimed staunch communist who hides his cowardice under his exaggerated stories of heroism and bravado, none of which seems to be true. The parents of the narrator belong to a generation which believed and lived the societal narratives rather than what is right. I mention each of these separately here because each of these ideologies constructs an environment that has a direct impact on the broader question related to domestic abuse and on women who face it. Firstly, when solutions of domestic violence are put forward, we tend to think of economic independence and education as something that would easily prevent the abuse. But in the novel, we see a well educated, independent woman staying in a marriage, trapped for 4 months, and facing mental, physical, and emotional abuse every day. To questions such as what prevents a woman from walking out of an abusive relationship, the narrator lists some of her peculiar realities which makes it impossible to walk out. Children in many cases, no permanent job, finding yourself in new place with unfamiliar language, no communications or contacts, and being monitored by your husband 24/7. Through these points, the novel cuts through the generalization of our society. As the narrator says, I quote, abstractions are easy, but my story, like every woman's story, is something else. Secondly, the husband's idea of being a communist applies only when he thinks about restricting his wife. No phone for the wife because the state is tracking active members of communist parties. No makeup, handbags, or fancy clothes because it reflects middle class upbringing. No writing because a writer is a useless bourgeoisie who does nothing for this society and pollutes herself by imagining about lovers. A woman writer on that is nothing but a whore. I quote, should I remind writer madam that she is also a wife, unquote. All such comments, when put into practice, traps the wife, and it especially reminds of us of how a man in the society twists the rules and regulations to serve their own purpose, giving rise to what is known today as toxic masculinity. As the narrator rightly says, communist ideas were a cover for her husband's own sadism. Thirdly, after each incident, the reader is given a glimpse into the conversation of the unknown narrator and her parents, who make statements such as, I quote, your husband is doing this for your own good. Learn to be patient, give it some time, unquote. These statements reflects how last resort of a woman that is returning back to home always stays out of reach at crucial times. What separates the text from other work of fiction is its realism. It makes sure to draw distinct lines between two types of realities, that which is real and raw and distinct to each woman who faces domestic violence, and sexual abuse, and the general reality which we as society tend to mix up with fantasy that we consume via romance novels, which ends with happily ever after, or via societal narration that inadvertently leans to blame a woman. Though in the novel, the narrator walks out of the marriage after brutal beating and goes back to her parents, justice still evades her. The unnamed husband roams around freely, preaching about communism as she struggles to get her life back and work towards being a writer. The book shows how the institution of such marriages create its own burden of labor and not division of labor. The novel is not one of self-help or a story of courage. Rather, it is a novel about survival, about staying battered but alive.
Please
It does.
wind up.
Yes, I have last 3 lines to read out. It does not put forward solution, but it does put forward the faulty generalities that we tend to categorize women who suffer abuse in the hands of their husbands. It is through its narration, it brings out the nuances that is otherwise eclipsed in our newspaper reports and court cases that falls under the umbrella terms of domestic violence, such as intellectual cruelty and theft by the husband, emotional exploitation, cultural shock, and social isolation, amongst identity theft. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandalekha, for a very beautiful presentation. Actually, I would like to inform all of you that our last painter, she has some network problem for which she cannot present her paper. So herewith we'll end this presenting paper painting session. Now I invite the chairperson of this webinar, of this session, technical session, second technical session. Please start the interaction session and tell your thoughts.
Thank you, Manas, and thank you all the presenters. I really enjoyed listening to all of you. Thanks, Ankita Swetaparna, for a very lyrical presentation of the ugly face of sexual abuse in India.
Thank you, sir.
And you've taken Jayant Mahapatra, one of my favorite poets as well. And your thesis was, if I'm correct, poverty is the cause of sexual abuse, right?
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you've taken that in the context of Jayanta Mahapatra, but as Chandralekha Panda would later say, even economic independence, even money that comes to you, perhaps inherited from your parents or owned by you, does not put a full stop to sexual violence. Does it? It does not. Otherwise, today there is this case of a famous Hollywood star, Johnny Depp, his libel case or his domestic abuse case with his wife Amber Heard. Now, see, both are extremely rich and both are economically completely independent. But it is not the economic independence that perhaps prevents them from being abused from each other in a domestic relationship. Perhaps we human beings are too violent to stay with anybody without perhaps bruising each other. But your presentation was very contextual and it was very concrete, and I congratulate you for that. Please go ahead with your academic curiosity like this. M. Suman Shelley, your presentation was fiction versus fact, representation of women in TV serials, and you have also taken a very good aspect actually with regard to the portrayal of women in TV serials, and you have taken the serials by Ekta Kapoor, and you have shown that the ornamented, decked women that we watch in these TV serials are very different from the ones that we meet in reality, from very different from the way we ourselves, dress or the way we ourselves behave. And you have shown that very beautifully. I appreciate your idealism that, okay, we can all get out from the system, but really, can we? It's not an academic question, just a philosophical question. I just want to provoke you, not expecting any answer from you, but can we really get out? We people who study literature often get this assumption that we can perhaps end corruption, perhaps we can end violence by saying something. Rather, we are overestimating our power. Our power is very limited. Our power is just to understand literature. Perhaps, in case we could understand fully, then in our lives we may find solution to some of the enigmas that bother us. The problem is that these TV serials, these movies, in case you stop the projection of them, then will the instances of domestic abuse stop? Is every person who is watching these TV serials, liable to beat his wife, or the person who is not likely to? The thing is that these TV serials take stories from our own lives, and we, the audience members, watch these TV serials, and we provide them the television rating points by looking at the advertisement. In case they stop these TV serials, then perhaps some other serial will show us the same thing in a different garb. The problem is not with the producers or the directors, it is with us, the active audience who is watching them. We in turn tell our stories to the audience, to the directors, and they, by providing the stories, provide, as you have said, some space for the women to find themselves acceptable as, yes, we are also like that women. So the problem is that we all are in a loop here. We provide story to them, they provide story to us. We perhaps need more than a young idealism to get out of that, but you have very beautifully shown the bifurcation between fact and fiction. Please also see the way the gay, the transgender, the lesbians are projected on screen, because what happens when we divide men and women, we totally erase one particular entity which has stayed on this planet, which has shared the space on this planet for as long as we have. Right now, when we talk about domestic violence, then we talk about, let's say, a marital relationship between a husband and a wife. But transgender being born is outside that particular social dyadic or binary system. The way the televisions project that, the way the movies project them, the gays and the homosexuals, in the queer, whom we call, whom they call queer, you would find that they are also projected as kind of outsiders or megalomaniac, the way you will not actually find the real transgender to be. So thank you for your presentation. Chandralekha
Thank you
Panda,
very
you
much,
have...
sir, for adding that point. Thank you very much. I'll work on it.
Yeah, thank you. Chandralekha Panda, you have made a very beautiful presentation on anonymous sufferers of contemporary India by taking Meena Kandaswamy's poem "When I Hit You," and you have actually shown that the condition of any individual is unique, and therefore, when the protagonist finds herself in the company of a pseudo-Marxist husband, then her problem by the deactivation of Facebook. Now, Facebook is something that you can operate in an Android phone. That means you need to have education, right? And you need to know how to operate it. You need to know a bit of English. You need to have some amount of economic independence so that you can operate it. And she also has a job. So see, education, access to internet, as well as monetary independence. These three things, which we think in case women find, then they can be free from sexual abuse. These three things are also not preventing them from being abused. In case you have a very beautiful, a good laptop, and you have financial security, and then you go to your workplace, you have shown very rightly that yes, even then there are chances of being teased. There are chances of you being regarded as a second-class citizen. So I really liked your presentation, and I just have one suggestion to you, not thematic, but structural. Your presentation was very nice, but you read out the paper. Now, see, every medium has its own unique USP, right? When you will write a paper, then of course your language was very nice, very lucid. But when you are presenting, then try to utilize all the eloquence that I'm sure that you have of the spoken medium. Then your points will be, more appreciated by the audience. I'll tell you, I liked all of your presentations, and you have definitely made this webinar successful. Now
Yes.
I would hand over this platform to Manas in case you would like to open up the question and answer session, or you want to add something.
Actually, there is not any question in a chat box. So we'll be proceeding for next program. So I would like to invite Mr. Saroj Nayak, who lectured in English, Pattamundai College, to propose a vote of thanks. Saroj.
Thank you, Manos. It is almost 4 hours to listen to our research persons, paper presenters, and other faculty members of different colleges. Thank you all for your patience hearing. I feel privileged to offer vote of thanks for the technical session too. First of all, I would like to thank our principal, Adhikari Lakshminarayan sir, for encouraging us, for guiding us for this seminar. Sorry, for this webinar. And I remain indebted to him. Then I would like to thank the technical session chairperson, Dr. Umesh Patra, who always interacts with us and always with us. And thank you, sir, for your presentation, for your rectification and others. Then I would like to thank all the presenters, Ankita Sotaparna, N. Suman Seli, Chandalakha Panda, for their beautiful suggestions, beautiful information about women subjugation. Then I would like to thank all the participants, research persons, convener Mr. Manos, Dr. Manos, then faculties of Department of English and faculties of various colleges. And then I would like to thank all my students for patience hearing and giving their time for this webinar successful. Thank you. Thank you all. Once again, thank you all.
So before ending the session, I would like to add some informations that I am sharing the feedback link for this webinar. So I have already said in the chat box, all of you can fill the feedback link and you will get certificate within 3 days. We are not generating certificate automatically, so we'll be sending all the participants their certificates within 3 days of their filling the feedback form. So all the presenters, they will get the certificates within 15 days. On behalf of Department English, I also thank all the participants, all the resource persons, Professor Krishna Singh, Dr. Professor Mahesh Kumar Dey sir, Dr. Vipin Kumar Singh sir, Dr. Priyanka Singh. Here presented Professor Sabita Tripathi ma'am, Muhammad Ibrahim Hussain sir, all the participants, all the faculties, all the scholars, students who kept a great patience to listen to this webinar are making this webinar grand success. So here I also said that please on your video, for which I can take the final screenshots of her department record purpose. Please all the participants, please kindly on your video for which I can take.
Thank you, Dr. Naik. And my students will be always in touch with you, like erudite scholars like you and Dr. Patra and many, so many people who have participated in your webinar.
Yes, ma'am. I also thank you, ma'am, for your support, and you also informed me and contacted me and suggested me many things during this webinar. Thank you, ma'am. And also I thank Dr. Umesh Patra. He is also my friend. He has done a tremendous job. He has also guided me many times regarding conducting this webinar. I thank all of you from my bottom of my heart. Also Mahesh sir. So all the participants on your video.
Thank you, Mahesh. Thank you, Mahesh. Really, Pattamundai is a great place. Because of you, people are born.
Namaskar, ma'am. Namaskar. Thank you.
Happy
to see you here.
मते भी बहुत खुशी लगिला. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. It's my happiness.
Bye bye.
So all this I have already said. I have also said souvenir. Everything is there. So very soon I will be informing all the paper printers those are presented regarding the publication of the same webinar proceedings. It will be I'll be taking 1 month for that. So herewith, taking due permission from our chairperson, Professor Adhikari Lakshminarayan sir, I declare this webinar is over. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Manos.